everybody, welcome back to my channel. Today we're going to be talking about the new moon in Gemini that's happening on June 6th, and we're also going to be talking about the climate surrounding that. So really like the first half of June, there's a reoccurring theme, and it's contributing to the decisions we're making, the intentions we're setting during this new moon. Then we're going to do the all signs, where I'll go through each sun, rising. You can check your moon as well. I just find rising is the most accurate, followed by the sun. Some people find moon to be really accurate too. We're going to go through all of the sun, moon, and rising signs and kind of just talk about how this could be showing up for you specifically around this time. Now, the new moon is the beginning of a 6-month cycle that is going to hopefully become, in some way, come to a culmination point in around 6 months when we have the full moon in Gemini. So just keep that in mind that we're always working within cycles here. So without further ado, let's kind of get talking. I'm going to just go over the brief overview of the stuff that's happening, and then we'll go ahead and talk about the new moon at 16 degrees in Gemini with Venus squaring Saturn. Okay, so right before June begins, we have the Mercury conjunct Uranus in Taurus on May 31st. Now, whenever I think of Mercury and Uranus coming through, it's something to do with our minds or our communication. And Uranus is this rules like electricity. It can bring some sort of insight, some sort of shocking or abrupt idea or thought or speech. It can definitely come up in speech as well. And a lot of times what can happen in those moments is it can feel kind of like the tower, where we get some sort of insight and there's some sort of breakdown, and in order for us to grow from that, there is a breakthrough, but first there must be a breakdown. And that depends on how much alignment you have in your current life and your level of self-awareness, right? So if you have some sort of a moment where you realize something, or something, you just get this like flash of idea, or you say something shocking and it really does something to the person that you said it to, recognizing that there's a reason why that is happening, and it's because there needs to be some sort of a breakthrough. So it could come down in the form of a breakdown in order to break through, or it could just be like a breakthrough thought. And then on June 2nd, and really for the days before and the days after, we've got this Jupiter and Gemini trine Pluto and Aquarius. And there's a lot that you can say about this. A lot of people made a ton of videos about this that have been really helpful. It is more of like a collective energy for sure, but it is, to me, when I think of Jupiter trine Pluto, it's telling me that there's this energy that's being set up for like a beneficial destruction to happen in our lives, in the areas of our lives that Gemini and Aquarius are in. And you could really get into the collective themes of that more, but for the scope of this video, I'm not going to go super into it. But it is a really interesting, and because it's interesting transit, and because it's a trine, it's a little bit of an easier thing that is happening more naturally, that we might not even really feel that strongly, because the trines and sextiles are generally things that we can feel lazy about, because it just is a nice transit. It's not forming a tense aspect or anything like that. June 3rd, Mercury enters Gemini. Now, Mercury likes being in Gemini. That's its domicile. It's its home, along with Virgo, which Mercury is exalted in. But Mercury likes being Gemini. It really brings out like the curious, intellectual, fun, perceptive side of Mercury. We could be feeling more talkative. We could be feeling like it really feels like pure Gemini energy, because you got the ruler of Gemini in its own sign. And then the next day it conjuncts Jupiter in Gemini. So maybe some sort of breakthrough was had, or some thought was had, some sort of insight, some shocking, innovative idea or communication was had on the 31st, or around the 31st. For me, it really was like on my birthday on the 30th. But on on June 4th and around June 4th, maybe from that, there is a little bit more optimism, right? Like Jupiter is a little bit more, a little bit less shocking than Uranus is. So it can bring some sort of expansiveness into whatever idea we might have had, or just in general, if you've been feeling a little bit down, Mercury conjunct Jupiter could bring some joy into your mindset, into your communication skills. It could expand communication. So this could be a time where you're talking to people more, where you're being more social a little bit. Like generally until around the 6th, 7th of June, there is a lighter energy. And not to say that the rest of June is bad, it's just that we see more of a pure Gemini archetype happening in the beginning of June, and then it starts making some aspects to other planets, and then moves into everything starts moving into Cancer towards the end of the month. So then that kind of changes the tone. But in the beginning of the month, it just seems like a really great time to enjoy yourselves, to maybe go on a short trip somewhere, or stay busy and hang out with friends and talk to friends and catch up with friends, more texting and phone calls than usual. Those are the kind of things that we could be seeing. On June 4th as well, we will have a Venus cazimi at 4 degrees in Gemini. So that's really interesting because it feels like something regarding Venus is being reborn, or is having to die to become reborn. And so what does Venus represent in our lives? It's harmony, it's relationships, how we relate to others, our sense of value, our self-esteem and self-worth. It's what we find beautiful in life, any sort of art that we engage in, or any sort of creativity that we're engaged in. So something about that, and in your house that houses, in the part of your chart that houses Gemini, could be going through some sort of, because it's like, Venus goes through the rays of the sun and is reborn in a way, right? And it's like during the actual cazimi, Venus energy is at its strongest. So you may feel like June 4th just like looks like a really, an opportunity to have a really great day. Like if you've been having issues in terms of your relationships and communication, June 4th could look like a day where, you guys are actually feeling really good with each other. And this doesn't have to be in relationships. It could be in business partnerships. It could be with friendships. It could be with family, because Venus rules just relationships. And Mercury is just communication, and it's conjuncting Jupiter that same day. So it just feels like that day we can really make use of it by bringing the optimism into our communication and allowing that to transform something in our relationships. So June 6th is then when we have the new moon in Gemini, and it's conjunct Venus and squaring Saturn. So now this is when the fun begins, where the planets in Gemini are going to start communicating with Saturn, and later in the month with Pisces, or with Neptune and Pisces. Both of them are in Pisces, both Saturn and Neptune. When we have the energies of, okay, so let me just go over it really quick. So we have the new moon conjunct Venus in Gemini, square Saturn and Pisces, and then and it's not quite exact, that square, and so it becomes exact on June 8th. On the same day that Mars enters Taurus, which we'll talk about. And then on June 9th, the Sun squares Saturn in Pisces. And then June 11th, we got Taurus, Mars and Taurus squaring Pluto and Aquarius. And then June 12th, we've got Mercury square Saturn. So between June 8th and June 12th, we've got 3 of the personal planets squaring off with Saturn, and some other stuff happening in there. And then on June 14th, we've got our Mercury cazimi, which there's 6 of them this year, but it's still important to talk about. And and then the personal planets start squaring off with Neptune before they enter Cancer. So let's briefly talk about what this conversation between Gemini and Pisces can generally look like, okay? Because this month to me feels quite dynamic. because there's so many squares and they're immutable signs. And so there could be a lot of changes happening, but it doesn't feel dynamic in the same way that like April and May felt dynamic, especially April, because it was like eclipse season, tons of planets in Aries, even through May. But that feels like dynamic in like a rather explosive way, you know, and that's not bad. It just is what it is, because Gemini and Pisces are a lot of things, but they're not this like explosive like cardinal fire is, and that wants to move forward and has the power of Mars behind it. We're talking about Mercury and Jupiter / Neptune here. So the energies are quite different. And they're mutable. So when I see that there's a series of squares happening from the personal planets to Saturn and Pisces, I think overall what is trying to be done is a maturation of the Gemini energy in our lives. And what Pisces does, especially when Saturn is in Pisces, is it demands a sort of emotional maturity and emotional depth that is not generally present in the pure Gemini archetype. And so what I think what is happening, and I'll obviously talk about this more when I talk about the Gemini sun and rising, but there's a requirement, but this applies to everybody because it just happens in different areas of your chart, that there's a requirement of bringing more emotional depth to the choices that we're making. And in order for us to get there, when we have these squares, it's going to bring up a lot of possibilities, and possibly a lot of possibilities, a lot of choices, a lot of opportunities, lots of ideas. And Saturn is going to be trying to make sure that what we're choosing is not out of illusion. And it's interesting because we have the squares to Saturn first, so there's a boundary forming there, right? Like what exactly are these ideas going to look like in the future? What kind of things can you actually commit to? And then later in the month, not much later, those same planets hit Neptune, where it gets dissolved. And so I'm very interested to see how this month plays out in terms of that. But like I said, I don't feel like everyone's going to be like as activated. Obviously, Gemini and Pisces are going to be feeling this month the most, for sure, especially for the first 3 weeks. We're going to be, and that's not good or bad, it's just that we're going to look back on this month and be like, oh, this was kind of a bigger month for us because of all this energy happening in these two signs. And I could also extend that to Sagittarius and Virgo placements, because you guys will have squares and oppositions throughout this as well. So the mutable signs are going to feel like there's a lot of movement happening during this month. It's dynamic. That's a word that keeps coming up, is dynamic to me. And but in general, I think everybody's going to be feeling a little bit busier. There's a feeling of there's a lot of things going on, and then we're being asked at certain points throughout the month to kind of settle down into bringing more emotional depth into the choices that are being offered. And it's really interesting because every week I do my own tarot reading. And this week for myself, I got the 7 of Cups, and I don't think I have it out, but the 7 of Cups is about choices, and it's also about illusion. It's like a very Neptunian card because yeah, I should have kept it out. And I wouldn't be surprised if other placements, when I do the readings, because I'll do a tarot card reading as well, get something similar to that, because there is that was like definitely the feeling that I'm getting for a lot of this month, is that we're going to be presented with a lot of options, and we have to really decide, because what the 7 of Cups also represents is illusions. And so some things may be coming up that are not really based in reality, and we're going to have to utilize the friction that happens between Sun, Mercury, and Venus with Saturn. and use that as a growth opportunity in order to decide which of these choices is more illusory, or is it something that is actually grounded in reality. And then it's interesting because when we do that, then by the end of the month on June 29th, Saturn's going to go retrograde in Pisces from, I think, 19 degrees to 12 degrees Pisces until I believe it's November. It's 4.5 months. So yeah, I believe it's November. So that'll be interesting because, you know, we're having all this stuff. And then in August and December, Jupiter in Gemini is going to square Pisces. So that's why Saturn in Pisces, that's why I'm saying that there's this feeling that there's a depth, that is an emotional depth that is wanting to come through with the Gemini placements and the Gemini transits that we're having this Gemini season and while Jupiter is in Gemini. Now, the other things that I want to talk about is that on June 8th, Mars enters Taurus. And Mars, there are worse and there are better placements for Mars. Mars wants to move. Mars wants to move and it wants to go fast. And Taurus is like mud. So Mars feels like it's like, you know, getting kind of pushed. It's like I just see this vision of like something trying to go through mud. So it moves slower, which we can use that energy because there's so many things happening with the Gemini and Pisces in the air. We can utilize that slowness in our actions to make sure that what we're choosing, whatever it is, like I said, we'll go more in depth about it when I do the all signs about where this could be showing up for you. But what we're choosing to do and say, because we got Mercury conjunct Saturn, or I'm sorry, square Saturn, then we've got Venus square Saturn. So there's like things coming up around our communications, our thoughts, and our will, our ego, our desires, the sun, and Venus, our relationships. They're all squaring Saturn within just a few days. And so there's this desire to, or it may come from internal, or there may be something external that's causing friction in those areas of our lives. And we can utilize the Mars and Taurus energy in order to have some patience, but also to just remember that we can move slowly and that's okay. What's interesting though is that when Mars enters Taurus on June 8th, it almost immediately starts the square to Pluto in Aquarius. And so Mars square Pluto is one of those transits that I think that like most people feel, you know, like because they're just such big energies. What I can see is that like this can be very invigorating to take action, which like I said is kind of not really the theme of the month. And so we can really utilize this energy to take slow and deliberate actions towards our goals and to achieve something. The thing is though, is that because it's a tense aspect, it may not feel very easy for us to do that. And it may look like on the outside that there are some sort of like power struggles, or if we don't deal with these energies consciously, there can be angry outbursts, especially within relationships. And maybe even at work, like with a boss or a superior or someone in authority. And obviously that's not usually going to end very well. It can. Sometimes it can, because sometimes I've noticed that, you know, if there's a buildup of energies, and sometimes people need to be able to just, sometimes the outburst helps release energy, but I wouldn't say it's the healthiest version. So I would say from like June 9th to the 12th, especially when we've got that really Mars and Taurus square Pluto and Aquarius, both fixed signs that are trying to assert their power, they're asserting their own sense of control into the situation. Go for a walk every day. Go for a run. Go hiking. Burn off steam. I don't love saying like lift weights because sometimes we can like hurt ourselves. So don't do anything like too crazy that you normally wouldn't do. But definitely if you normally go to the gym, definitely go to the gym. If you go, you know, to yoga, go to yoga. Do the grounding exercises. It's just that Mars tends to, Mars and Pluto coming together tend to really come out physically. And because Mars is in Taurus, like I said, really you could be doing something grounding could be really great. That's why like hiking and like yoga, meditating might be a little bit harder during those times, but if you can harness that energy, that's fine, as long as you're not like bypassing it through meditation, you know, and you're still allowing yourself to feel whatever's coming up during that time. And also because it's Pluto and Aquarius, you know, we could be also putting the energy, if we have a lot of energy, putting that in a position where maybe we have a group of friends, maybe we have a club, maybe we have like group therapy or something that we can go to if there's a lot of this energy, that we can talk about it, because Pluto is in an air sign. What you just want to avoid during this time is like dominating other people, and if you're not dominating other people could be trying to dominate you. And so you have to kind of harness this inner strength that understands, hey, there's something going on here in the skies that is probably going to pass by if I just allow it to. And I'm not going to bypass it. I'm going to feel the feelings, but I'm also going to recognize that I don't need to act right now. I'm going to go for a walk instead. I'm going to go hiking instead. I'm going to ground myself in some way instead. Yeah, so then we've got the new moon at 16 degrees Gemini, conjunct Venus in Gemini, square Saturn. So let's talk about that. Where do I want to start this? Because I've got a few different things I want to actually read to you guys. I hope you guys don't mind when I read things. Sometimes it's really nice putting in some other perspective, somebody else's words into the mix. I think it just keeps it kind of fun. I like when people read, as long as it's not too long. I like when other people do it. So, okay, let's first talk about how we can constructively use Saturnian energy. Now, I've read this book a million times. Liz Green is amazing, and I just love her psychological take on astrology. But this one, Saturn, A New Look at an Old Devil, is just fantastic. I could read this every single day because I think that Saturn is one of the most misunderstood planets. Now, I think every planet, if you look at like pop astrology, is probably reduced in a way, right? And in transits, when we do these horoscopes, there is a reduction that happens because it's not possible for anybody to understand the wholeness of a planet while they're trying to also make sense of it in a sign, aspecting other planets and how it affects you personally, you know? So we kind of have to do the best that we can. But every once in a while, it's really nice to get a little bit deeper about Saturn and what it's trying to do. Now, one of the things that we know is that through psychology, we've learned that within every individual, there is a desire to integrate into wholeness, to integrate the consciousness into wholeness, not perfection, right? Because that excludes the ugly things, but wholeness. And so Saturn and the other malefics like Pluto and Mars even, yeah, definitely Mars, can definitely bring like the darker aspect of things that a lot of people don't often want to integrate, or it's not easier to integrate like Jupiter is. And so what happens is a lot of times it feels difficult and it feels painful. And in some ways, that's really what is supposed to happen because there's a reason for the pain. And so I just want to read a little bit about what Saturn represents so that when I go on to talk about Saturn later on in the horoscopes and during just like the brief overview for the new moon in general, you can understand what is being asked of you if you do experience the things that generally happen with Saturn, which is delay, disappointment, frustration, restrictions, limitations, and a sense of deep fear. Deep fear. I have a lot of harder aspects and an easy one as well, but it obviously sometimes doesn't matter with Saturn in my natal chart. And so I feel this very acutely, in which like there is a reason for the pain, and when we have aspects to Saturn happening, it's because there's a desire for meaning and purpose in our lives that is wanting to be given to us. So let's read a little bit here. Saturn is connected with the educational value of pain and with the difference between external values, those which we acquire from others, and internal values, those which we have worked to discover within ourselves. By his sign and house position, Saturn denotes those areas of life in which the individual is likely to feel thwarted in his self-expression, where he is most likely to be frustrated or to meet difficulties. In many instances, Saturn seems to correspond with painful circumstances, which appear not to be connected with any weakness or flaw on the part of the person himself, but which merely happen, thereby earning the planet the title Lord of Karma. This rather depressive evaluation remains attached to Saturn despite a most ancient and persistent of teachings, which tells us that he is the keeper of the keys at the gate, and that it is through him alone that we may achieve eventual freedom through self-understanding. So the frustrating experiences which are connected with Saturn are obviously necessary as they are educational in a practical as well as a psychological sense. Human beings do not earn free will except through self-discovery, and they do not attempt self-discovery until things become so painful that they have no other choice. It is not the enjoyment of pain which Saturn fosters, but rather the exhilaration of psychological freedom. This is not often recognized because not many people have experienced it. And it goes on to say how when we experience the delays, disappointments, and fears, it's not so much the response to what they mean that is looked at, but just the advice of like being patient and having self-control. Now, I want to add that it's not bad to be patient through a Saturn transit, but what she's trying to say, what I agree with, is that many times we don't focus on like, why are we having these experiences? What opportunities are being presented to us through these difficulties and delays? And she says, perhaps what is really asked of us by Saturn and by our psyches is that we try asking why. It is possible that each delay, disappointment, or fear may be utilized as a means for greater insight into the mysterious mechanisms of the psyche, and that through these experiences, we may gradually learn to perceive the meaning of our own lives. And I could just read this whole thing. So you know what? You guys should just get this book. But I wanted to point that out because as I'm talking about these Saturnian influences that are happening in our lives, I want you to keep everything I said in mind, because it's important to have that frame that Saturn isn't just trying to like hurt you for no reason. Oh, it's just like this bad planet. It's like, no, it's trying to get you to look at yourself. And one of the things that is really interesting to me is that Saturn requires radical self-responsibility. And it is something that us as humans do not like taking. We do not like taking radical self-responsibility for every aspect of our lives, yet we want free will. We demand that we are free, yet we do not demand the responsibility that it takes to have that free will. We don't want it. We shirk from it. It's scary. It's painful, it's scary. And so oftentimes we can self-sabotage during Saturn influences. And also if we're not doing it, then she talks about something outside of us could be happening that has nothing to do with us, but it could be still an opportunity for us to look within and see where we can take responsibility in that moment, in how we respond, in the meaning of why this is happening, in the greater lens of our life, right? So just keeping that in mind. Okay, now let's talk about this new moon. So this new moon is happening at 16 degrees Gemini, conjuncting Venus at 16 degrees, and it's squaring Saturn. It's not a perfect square. It doesn't perfect until a little bit later, but it's close enough that we're definitely going to feel it. So I love the sun and moon and Venus all being in Gemini. like I said, it's like this fun, talkative, slightly more extroverted energy. Gemini energy doesn't have to be extroverted, but it is a talkative energy. So you don't have to talk to everybody, but in your small circle, maybe you would be quite talkative or think a lot. So that's kind of what we're seeing. And it really depends on where Gemini is in your chart, on where we want to be planting the seeds or the intentions that we want to see for this new moon in Gemini cycle that's being, joined by Jupiter, not exactly, but it is in a way by sign, right? Yeah, we're going to commit to some sort of learning experience, to be curious, I guess creative as well, because Venus is in the mix. To be creative, to be curious in a certain aspect of our lives. Where can we commit to being curious and looking at the opposing viewpoints and allowing that to come into our whole view of the world. And because it's squaring Saturn, like I said, it's bringing a little bit, like I like that it's squaring Saturn, because it's like, yes, it's fun and it's talkative and it's curious and playful, because we've got the Gemini and perceptive, and there's just so much to experience and see in the world. And also Saturn's like, yeah, but let's not forget that we need to kind of ground this a little bit into reality and how it's going to serve our entire lives and the meaning of our lives. So it's also happening at 16 degrees. And when I looked at the Sabian symbol, I was like, yeah, that's something I definitely want to share. So we round up. And so the Gemini 17 degree Sabian symbol is the head of health dissolved into the head of mentality. Keyword is development, and the theme is maturation. This symbol speaks to the process of maturation or growth from youthful self-involvement to the development of a social conscience, which, side note, is interesting because once again, we've got Venus, which is like the social planet. And also, wow, this is so cool because it's like, this is just for Gemini, Sabian symbol, but at this degree, it's talking about maturation, and we're talking about Saturn maturing Gemini. So it's almost like it's just doubling down on that. There's something that's being asked of us to become more emotionally mature, even when we're playful, even when we're curious, even when we're just perceiving life and just allowing everything to be what it is and to see the opposing viewpoints. Is like, yes, can we remain curious and playful while also remaining emotionally mature and centered and grounded in a way? The image of the head of health dissolved into the head of mentality suggests spiritual growth, self-awareness, and the ability to see the world through the eyes of others. This degree also implies that physical and mental well-being are the result of a well-rounded and very practical grounding in the everyday world of fact. At its highest, this symbol represents self-integration, broad vision, and wisdom. Negative sides could be Peter Pan syndrome or an obsession with youthfulness and a simple refusal to grow up, which, if you take that route, I do think Saturn is going to impose some sort of delay, frustration, disappointment, limitation on the situation in order to almost try to get you into a position of more maturity. And you get a choice on whether or not you want to take that or not, take that opportunity. Or, stay in more of a victim mindset of like, why is this happening to me? Which Saturn does not love that energy. So the accent is on maturity and expansion of consciousness. It's time to put selfish concerns aside and focus on the welfare of the whole. Opportunity. Your greatest advantage lies in looking to the future and to what you can expect to experience if you continue in your present direction or course of action. Interesting. Risk. Guard against relying on others to take care of your needs or handle your responsibilities. Don't get caught unprepared. So what I was saying about Saturn requiring us to take radical responsibility of our lives. So once again, your opportunity is to look to the future and to what you can expect to experience if you continue in your present direction or course of action. Interesting. Very, very interesting. I think that is also why Mars and Taurus could be really nice, especially even square to Pluto during this time, because it could be invigorating in a sense. And so it could push us to take action in order to change something, because we see that the course that we're on or the actions that we're taking right now are not quite in tune with where we want to go in the broader vision when we look at the big picture. And because it's Gemini energy that we're being given multiple opportunities, and we are the ones who have to choose which ones look the best for our future, right? So this is actually, like I said, this is asking quite a bit of Gemini, because as we talked about in the Gemini archetypes video, Gemini is here to just perceive. We're not here to make this whole understanding of something. The pure Gemini archetype is here to just see, to look around and see what there is. There's this, there's this, and this, and this, and this can be true, and this can be true, and this can be true. And we can keep that energy, but there's a maturation process that's asking to happen during this new moon, and really throughout the first half of June, with that Gemini energy, in that, depending on where Gemini and Saturn in Pisces are in your chart. Okay, so without further ado, we will move into the all signs portion of the video. Now remember, these are general forecasts, so obviously depending on what you have in your chart, there's going to be a lot of differences. This is very general. You can, in order to get a more complete picture, if you have a stellium in your chart, you can look at that sign. If you have moon, whatever your moon sign is, you can look at that. That'll give you a better idea, obviously, but you'll definitely feel your rising sign the most in my experience and in my knowledge. Also, if you guys are wanting any help navigating these times, I do offer astrology natal chart readings, as well as transit readings, as well as tarot readings. So I am working on integrating those into my website, but I'll put the email down below that you can contact if you are interested in a reading to navigate these energies better or to learn more about yourself. And okay, I will see you guys in the all signs. All right, I had to put the hair up because it's getting serious. So, okay, so for Aries Sun and Aries Rising, oh my cards. The biggest thing that Mars is doing here, well, obviously it's squaring Pluto, and that's huge. But it's moving from Aries, which it loves being in Aries, into Taurus, which I talked about in the beginning aspect of this video. And that's happening on June 8th. And obviously you still have Chiron and North Node in your sign. So you're still feeling energy within your life and within your own personality development and your outlook on life. However, it's definitely downshifted since the last couple of months. Most of this energy that's happening in the beginning of the month, especially, and really throughout most of the month until things start moving into Cancer, is that you have the sign of Gemini in your 3rd house squaring Saturn and Neptune in Pisces in your 12th house. So for you guys especially, along with the Geminis and all the mutable signs, really, you're going to be feeling a lot of busyness probably this month in your immediate environment. So maybe you're running a lot of errands. Maybe you're doing a bunch of trips, like short trips here and there. Feeling very social, talkative to the people around you, your siblings, your cousins, your neighbors. Maybe you're writing a lot. Maybe you're deciding to pick up journaling again, or just writing a lot in general for whatever reason. Maybe you're communicating a lot, so you're catching up with old friends, or you're just, communicating more than normal during this time. You're feeling busy, like you have a lot of things to do. And there's maybe a lot of choices that are coming up for you that you have to make. So with this new moon, like I said, it's happening in your 3rd house, and Saturn and Venus is there as well. And then Saturn is squaring it from your 12th house. So like I talked about in the beginning, If you didn't listen to my part about where I talk about how to look at Saturn and how to deal with Saturn, I would listen to that, because it will definitely help you as you move through the transits this month, in which Mercury, Sun, Venus will square Saturn in Pisces. It feels like the Saturn in your 12th house is asking of you to bring some sort of energy and maturation to your need for solitude, rest, withdrawal, healing, closure, grieving. Now, Aries energy is not naturally tending towards that, right? Because you guys have such an energy about starting things. It's cardinal fire, the first sign of the zodiac. And so Saturn being in there, and maybe because of Neptune being in there for the last, oh my gosh, how long has it been? A long time. How long has Neptune been? Anyways, for many, many years, it's been in your 12th house. So maybe that's given you more of a way of and consciousness and reflection about your need for rest and healing and closure. But Saturn being in there really emphasizes this way more than Neptune, because Neptune's in its home there. Saturn doesn't love being in a place where things dissolve, because Saturn is wanting to bring things into form a little bit more. So you're having to take steps, tangible steps in your life towards taking care of that part of yourself that needs rest, that needs to tend to the dreams, like any planets going through the 12th can bring out some dreams. And with Saturn in there, it could be something regarding fear, like having dreams that are instigating fear in you, or having dreams of things that you're scared of, maybe even subconsciously, right? Because that's where the dreams generally play out, is our subconscious that isn't made conscious during our waking lives come out through the dreams. And so what I could see with this new moon is that you could be setting an intention in your 3rd house, which is of social contacts, because you've got Venus conjoining this as well, of maybe how you want to communicate with the people around you, that maybe you're wanting to bring more harmony and beauty into your immediate surroundings. So this could even look like redecorating your space to look more harmonious and to look more beautiful, bringing more art around you. Or this could look like bringing more harmony and beauty into your relationships, in the way that you speak to your partners, right? Because as we know, Aries can be very direct, and that's so beautiful. You don't need to change that. But if you've noticed that it's bringing some sort of discord in your relationships with partners, or your neighbors, siblings, cousins, people that you live with, your roommates, people in your immediate environment, then maybe there is an impetus for you to want to bring more harmony. And that would be a beautiful thing, a beautiful seed to plant during this new moon in Gemini. Now, because this energy that I'm talking about is being squared by Saturn in your 12th, one way that Saturn may be showing up, or that you could utilize this Saturnian energy, is understanding that in order to beautify the energy that you're wanting to beautify, or whatever intention you're trying to set in your 3rd house, what if you can integrate the way that you're communicating into the bigger picture of your life, in the sense of, like, let me see how I can say this. How your communication with others, and whatever you're wanting to plant in your 3rd house, has to somehow benefit the whole of society. And the easiest way to do this is to spiritualize the reason why you're doing this. So recognizing that when you are speaking harshly, or if you're whatever is in your 3rd house that you're wanting to change, there are consequences, not just for you and the person involved, but for the collective. I'm giving you an opportunity to look at it this way if you don't normally look at it this way, because the collective is made up of each and every single person put together. So when we are speaking in a way, or dealing with people in a way, or running our errands in a way, like moving about our immediate environments in a way that is harsh, abrupt, just more too aggressive, we are creating a chain reaction in which I'm mean to this person, let's just say, okay? They're in a bad mood, then they're mean to somebody else. And on the collective unconscious level, which is really what the 12th house is about, is what Jung called the collective unconscious, is that even if that person isn't mean to the next person and they harbor it internally, that's affecting the collective unconscious. So if you can learn that, there is something that is being asked, like a spiritual practice that is being asked of you. And maybe during the spiritual practice, these deep contemplations and the solitude during that time, you can recognize that how you're showing up in your day-to-day life is maybe asking yourself, is it in congruence? Because whenever I say that, it's like, it sounds like incongruence. It's like, no, in congruence with the new spiritual lessons that you're learning or you're trying to learn. Does that make sense? How are you acting in your environment opposed to what you know and what you are learning, what Saturn is making you learn through either outside restriction or internal feelings of frustration, delay, disappointment? That, like, are those two things working together, or are they too different from each other? Because you're probably learning a lot about your subconscious life. You're learning a lot about, like I said, healing, closure, endings. And yet, is that coming out in your day-to-day life? And if it's not, then this new moon would be a beautiful time to set an intention that is deep in emotional maturity about what choice you are wanting to make. Gemini gives choices. What choices you are wanting to make going forward in order to better use those two energies to inspire personal growth in you. Now, throughout this month, you're gonna have later on squares to Neptune. And I'll talk about that later when I do my other video for the month. But just for now, focus on the idea that these squares that we're having that I talked about in the beginning of the month, in the beginning of the video, and in the beginning of the month, to Saturn and Pisces are asking that you bring some sort of emotional maturity to how you handle the affairs of your daily life, how you communicate with others, the way that you write, the way that you communicate through writing, texting, whatever, any way that you communicate. There's something that's being asked of emotional maturity. Maybe how you deal with your siblings, how you deal with your cousins, how you deal with people around you. Something is asking to be infused with a deeper sense of emotional maturity. Now let's get a tarot card for you for the overall energy of this new moon and, really the first 2 weeks of June. Let's see what is the energy and energy and advice. Let's see that. Okay, wow, this is really interesting, you guys. The Five of Wands. Now, the Five of Wands, as it depicts in here, can be a sign of discord. So now I'm really feeling what I was just saying, that maybe there has been some recent discord, or you're feeling that there is some aggression, competition. I mean, oh, yes. Okay, let's talk about the Mars in Taurus for Pluto and Aquarius. Like, this is really feels like it could come out during this time, which is really from the 8th of June to about the 12th. And where I talked about in the beginning of the video that there could be some sort of either invigorating action towards like movement, but when I get this card, it feels like, because Mars is your ruler and it's squaring Pluto, in fixed signs, everything I said in the beginning about this transit really, really looks like it's coming up strong for you guys. There could be power struggles, intense confrontations that don't need to be that intense, but there's just like this built up energy within you guys. And because Mars is in Taurus, taking time to ground right now and burning off that steam in an earthy way, literally grounding. I go outside every day and I put my feet on the ground, on the earth, doing something like that, going hiking, going for a walk, laying down in the grass. That would be amazing. Going for a walk, going for a run, doing yoga, doing power yoga if it makes you feel better. Just know that during this time, sometimes we can overdo it when Mars and Pluto square off. So be aware that you're not doing anything too crazy because you could actually hurt yourself. But definitely feeling like there is something that is happening in the external material realm, which is, and this is, you know, the fire element. So this could be like a lot of passion. Aries can be very passionate people. But really this to me, it looks like discord, competition, fighting. And that there is some deep reflection needed on your emotional and spiritual world during this time. I would say really from like June 6th until June 12th. Yeah. And maybe really the end of the month as well, but we'll talk about that as it gets closer. In order for you to make sure that whatever intentions you're setting for this new moon are in line with your values, like I talked about in the Sabian symbol, that they are actually being integrated into the broader vision of your future, and that where you're headed right now, because of the actions that you've been taking, is that where you want to continue going? Maybe it is. I don't know. But that's what you would want to reflect upon is are those actions that you're taking, the decisions that you're making, really integrated into the vision, the broader vision of your life that you want to create? And in 6 months, we'll reevaluate this. So keep that in mind. And yeah, let me know if how this resonates for you guys. I would love to hear if, if you come back to this video after the transits have happened and see kind of what played out for you. But definitely keep these things that I'm talking about in mind for the first couple of weeks of June. And yeah, make sure to like and subscribe this video if this content resonates with you and if you like this content. And I'll see you guys next time, Aries. All right, so for my Taurus sun and rising. So planets have moved on from Taurus for the most part. But Venus, your ruling planet, is still definitely in the mix. It's not going anywhere. So even before June starts on the 31st, like I talked about in the first part of the video, Mercury conjuncts Uranus and Taurus, your sign. So giving you another chance of having some sort of like aha moment that could change everything for you because it's in your sign. And we've had so many conjunctions with Uranus. And that one is really like the last one that's happening for the near future. So it could have been like something that was started in April, like I would say, let's just say with Jupiter conjuncting Uranus, because then you also had some, so I would say like something that started at the end of April had some sort of conclusion point mentally. There was some sort of understanding of it at the end of May, beginning of June. And then Venus joins the sun in Gemini on June 4th, where there is a death and rebirth of you and your relationships in your life. Like I talked about in the beginning part of the video, it could also have to do with your own self-worth, your values, your material resources, harmony and beauty in your life. The Cazimi will bring a new and amplified sense of beauty, relationships, art, harmony, and self-worth. And the Cazimi is not only happening in your sign, but it's happening in your second house of Taurus. So this is just like amplified for you guys, especially regarding your self-esteem and material resources and money coming from your income. Now make sure you watch the Jupiter in Gemini video that I did as well, because that'll give you more information about what Gemini energy does in that chart for you, in that part of your chart for you. Now, what's happening with this new moon, which is joining your planet Venus in Gemini at 16 degrees, is that it's being squared by Saturn. So Saturn is in your 11th house. So there is some sort of connection about asking and asking for specific actions between your income and your self-worth and your communities, the groups that you're a part of, the groups that make you have a sense of belonging in the world, and any aspirations for the future around the first couple of weeks of May, but especially from like the 6th to the 12th, I would say. And then also on June 8th, Mars is entering your sign. So that can really light a fire under your butt to make any changes that you've recently decided you want to make after all of those aha moments that you've had, all those things that have happened, conjuncting Uranus in your sign, all the planets that move through conjuncting Uranus in your sign. Mars will actually get you to light a fire under your butt, to get you moving. And yes, Mars and Taurus move slowly, but you guys are already kind of used to that. So you don't mind moving a little bit slower, but it's gonna give you a desire to act. Now, on the flip side of that, it could also increase your ability to get frustrated easily, to get angry easily, especially because as soon as it enters your sign, it's going to start forming a square to Pluto in Aquarius, another fixed sign. So you might see some power struggles, some intense confrontations that don't need to be that intense. Some sort of either you trying to dominate someone or someone trying to dominate you. And Aquarius is in your 10th house. So this is happening in your 1st and 10th house, your angular houses. So this is really saying like there's some sense of tension and friction that is trying to potentiate growth for you between your attitude on life, who you are in this world, and something about your career, your life direction, your reputation. So if you work for somebody, this could look like somebody in authority trying to exert some sort of control over you, or you getting into a confrontation with that person that has authority over you. And that probably is not gonna go amazing if it's not aligned. So if it's an angry outburst, generally that's not aligned action. So what I talked about with this energy is definitely remembering to ground, especially from like the 8th to the 12th. I mean, like every day, but especially during that time, to make sure that there's no explosive anger or outbursts that happen, or heated confrontations during that time that aren't going to serve anybody's higher good. This can also bring up extra heat and inflammation in our bodies as well as our minds, as long as Mars is in your sign. So just be aware of that. Which also, when that happens in our bodies, it can create irritability. So yeah. Let's see. Yeah, so like I said, watch out for control issues, especially when that square is happening to Pluto. Now, there's a big shift of energy from being heavily in your, okay, well, you know what? I'm not really going to talk about that because that's the end of the month. So let's see what else I want to say. Okay, so about the new moon. So new moon in your 2nd house, conjuncting Venus, your planet, and squaring off with Saturn in the 11th. Now, this to me looks like you could be setting a new intention or planting a new seed in your income, in your job, in the way that you make money. And you know what? You have so many choices available to you right now because of all the Gemini energy. But what's happening is Saturn is in your 11th house in Pisces, and it's asking that you bring whatever decision you're making. Number one, like I talked about the Sabian symbol in the beginning part of this video, is you want to make sure that you are making sure that whatever decision you're making is contributing to the broader vision that you have. So looking at your options with a discerning eye, and from a place of recognizing that there is something that's trying to be built, some growth that is asking to happen in your 11th house of belonging in a bigger group. Now we could talk about that being like your social group of friends, a club that you're a part of, some sort of internet community that you are a part of or you have or something. Internet presence in general. Saturn is in that part of your chart, and it's saying like, you know, there may be some delays in that. There may be some frustration. Things are moving slower than you wanted. and it's squaring off with whatever you're trying to do with your income. So maybe you're trying to grow your income, but the groups that you're a part of are somehow limiting that, or something, maybe it's outside of you, or maybe so maybe somebody outside in your groups is feeling limiting or restricting, or you're feeling an internal sense of fear, disappointment, and limitations in getting that thing going. It feels like it's not quite so like maybe you're trying to find a sense of belonging in a group or a community, or you're trying to start your online presence because 11th house can rule the internet. And it's just like not quite, like there's something that's not quite mature enough there. It's in the beginning stages of maturity. And so Saturn is trying to build upon that until 2026. And during this new moon, just recognize that any limitations that you're encountering in that part of your chart are directly linked to this new moon intention that you're wanting to set in your income, in your self-worth, in your values, in your material resources. They're working together, even though it may come across as that something is like, maybe your internet presence isn't growing as fast as you wanted, and it's inhibiting your income, or maybe your income is inhibiting your ability to put effort towards the groups that you want to be a part of, the internet presence that you want to have. Or it could be that your income is, because the 11th house is, yes, about, clubs, humanitarian efforts, the bigger picture of humanity, but it's also about how we feel that we belong in that house. And the 11th house also gains from our career, and it's also about our future aspirations. And because it's really like the last house before we really dissolve in the 12th house, right? So it's about like this sense of like knowing that you are a part of something bigger than yourself. And so Saturn being there, like I said, can bring some delays and frustration. Make sure you listen to the first part of the video where I talk about a more efficient way of looking at Saturn transits that can help you understand that it's trying to expand your consciousness and to expand it into a more holistic and integrated way of looking at things so that your psyche can feel more integrated and at peace. So just thinking about whatever decision you want to make in your income, in your house of value, in your house of material resources, in your job, has to directly implicate the emotional maturity that is necessary in your 11th house, that is being asked of you by Saturn in the 11th house. So allow that to temper, and I mean that in a positive way, not like oppressive. Allow that to temper the decisions that you're making right now, to make sure, like I said about in the Sabian symbol, that make sure that whatever you're doing right now is a part of a greater whole. Okay? Now, I just want to say that I'm going to pull another tarot card for you guys, but this was the bottom of the deck and I turned it up backwards and I didn't mean to. So this to me feels like you guys are feeling like some sort of heavy burden recently, but it feels like it's lightening up. This is a 10, so it feels like an energy is lightening. But a new cycle is about to begin, but it feels like recently you feel very burdened by something. You felt like a lot of responsibility. You've been shouldering a lot of responsibility, and you're in a process of learning how to let that go. So allow this to possibly, when you're making your intention for the new moon in Gemini on June 6th, allow yourself to remember that you're going to integrate, how do I prevent myself from feeling this burdened again? Maybe you took on too much. And you now know, going into this new cycle, for your job, for your income, for whatever project you're working on that is bringing in some money or your self-worth, going into this that, we can use that tempered Saturn energy when we're making the intentions to make sure that we're not taking on too much, so we don't end up doing this again, where we don't end up feeling overly burdened by something, feeling overly responsible for everything. It was just too much. Something was way too much for you guys recently. Okay, but I do want to get a card that is an overall energy for the first 2 weeks and the new moon, because they're very similar in energy. And maybe an advice card, maybe an overall energy or advice. Let's see what comes up. Okay, How interesting. Like I was saying, this is the 10 and a new cycle is beginning. Okay, well, you're getting the Fool. So really allow yourself during the first 2 weeks of June, and especially during the new moon when you're setting your intention, to yes, temper yourself so you know what your body can handle. You know what you can handle, but allow yourself to go in a completely new territory. Allow yourself to look broad, but take the step now. Does that make sense? Like, because a Fool, he's about to just walk right off, you know, like he's not really looking, I mean, he is looking up, but this energy is not about like the broader vision. Like it's about just starting something new, about movement, about going for it. It's a very, I don't say it's naive, but it can be, but in a beautiful way, right? Because it's the beginning of the major arcana. It's the 0. And so when we talk about, wanting to take actions towards where you want to go in life, it's like, keep that in mind, but don't forget to take action now. And be kind of, because the energy of Gemini is quite naive. Like, it's this fresh energy, which is like, there's like this childlike energy of just wanting to see everything, perceive everything. And so let yourself feel that, Taurus. Let yourself feel that, and let yourself start this new journey of the Fool. And I would recommend, like I already said, but I want to say, watch the Jupiter and Gemini video and see what that reading said. And because that's the longer picture of the Gemini transit that's happening. And this is just more for like, this new moon in Gemini and the first 2 weeks of Gemini as it's squaring Saturn. Just remember that you can begin anew when you need to. And you don't have to, and you just remember that you carry this energy. Like, yes, I know I took on too much. I'm moving forward in a new direction, and I'm going to take better care of myself this time. Okay? All right. That's beautiful. I love that you guys got a major arcana card, because it just tells me that a really big new cycle is beginning for you guys. And I believe that I got that same energy in the Jupiter and Gemini video. So, okay. Yeah, let me know how this resonates for you guys. I'd love to hear from you. And make sure to like and subscribe if you like this video and you want to see more content like this. Okay, I'll see you guys next time. All right, so for Gemini Sun and Rising, this is your season. And until the 20th of this month, it's all about you. Yeah, so by June 6th, we'll have Sun, Moon, Mercury, Venus, and Jupiter all in Gemini. So this is gonna definitely feel like your month, and especially for the first part of June, it really is going to feel like all eyes are on you. You're going to be receiving more attention in whatever capacity that means in your life. So like if that's that more people are wanting to be around you, more people are wanting to talk to you, or if you're on the internet, there's going to be more attention towards you. Take advantage of all this energy in your first house to decide what kind of outlook you want to have in your life for this new moon cycle, of course, because it's happening in your sign, but also just in general, because, if you listen to the first part of my video, you'll know that I talked about how this energy is obviously going to be really big for you guys, because it's happening. A lot of planets are in your sign, as well as squaring off to Pisces. So you and Pisces are going to be feeling it the most. And even beyond the fact that there's all this energy in your sign, your planet is also doing a lot of stuff. Like on the 31st, it's joining Uranus and Taurus, which could have been like an aha moment, a breakthrough, or a breakdown, because it was in your 12th house. So it could have been like a breakdown to breakthrough or something like that around the end of May, very beginning of June. And that was with your ruler. So I definitely think you felt that in your 12th house. And then, Mercury entered Gemini when on June 3rd, it's going to enter Gemini. And so it's going to feel like your speech gets lighter. It gets more playful. There's more people who want to talk to you. You're talking to more people. There's definitely a more like social aspect to this for us. I definitely feel that. And then on the 4th, Mercury, your ruler, conjuncts Jupiter in Gemini. So bringing some sort of positivity to the way that you think, the way that you speak, the way that you write. You could be feeling just more of an abundance mindset, like I said, because I feel like the end of May, you may have had some sort of breakthrough that caused some sort of breakdown, or vice versa. And maybe it was just a breakthrough. Maybe there was no breakdown of it. But because it happened in your 12th house, I'm just assuming that a lot of people felt something really deep happening in our psyches, that we were like, oh God, because we've been having all of these planets conjuncting Taurus in our 12th house since April 20th. And so we've been having a lot of these moments where we're like, you get this like random out of nowhere flash of insight, and you're like, oh no, like this has to change. And so something that maybe a thought that you started having around then, or some sort of situation that came up around then, feels like it kind of has a culmination point, or like a completion around the end of May, beginning of June, because Mercury is the last planet to go through Taurus and conjunct Uranus in that sign. And so maybe there's something that you are seeing has a beginning and an end during that time. Now, it doesn't have to be a conclusive end, but it really has reached a culmination point. It's reached a peak at some point, and you're like, okay, now I'm starting to understand what's going on a little bit better. And then when Mercury conjuncts Jupiter in your sign, you're going to bring a dose of optimism and joy and expansiveness to that, to whatever you're starting anew because of those breakthroughs that you had. And then on June 6th, of course, we have the new moon. So the moon and the sun conjoining Venus in our sign of Gemini at 16 degrees, and it will be squaring Saturn in Pisces. And then, as I mentioned in the beginning of this video, we're going to go through a series of squares to Saturn, and then later on in the month to Neptune, but we're really just going to focus on Saturn and Pisces. Yeah, we're going to have Venus square Saturn, and then Sun square Saturn, and then Mercury square Saturn, and then we're going to have Mercury cazimi in our sign of Gemini. Now, Mercury cazimi happens 6 times a year, or 6 times this year. And it's just an amplification of the mercurial energies. So around June 14th, it's also going to feel like that's like a really peak time to be doing, to be extroverted, to be going to gatherings, making like short trips. Like maybe you're going on short trips. Really, all of Gemini season might feel like that way for you guys, but especially around June 14th, it just seems like it comes to like a peak of some point. Also on June 4th, I didn't mention this, but we do have a Venus cazimi. I talked about this in the beginning of the video, about how during the Venus cazimi, there's some sort of rebirth, a transformation happening in relationships, in how we relate to other people, in creating harmony in our lives, in bringing beauty into our lives. Something around our values, our self-worth could be definitely going through some sort of a death and rebirth process during the Venus cazimi when it goes through the rays of the sun. And also it could be amplifying, it's going to be amplifying the Venus energy. So during the 4th, like I said, I feel like because you could be socializing around the 4th more often, texting more, calling more, talking to people around you more. And then also, like I said, that could happen again on the 14th. So it feels like really the first 2 weeks of June could be more of an extroverted time for us Geminis. Now, the focus of this is really going to, about this video, is really going to be about the new moon at 16 degrees Gemini conjuncting Venus squaring Saturn. So this is happening in your 1st house and then also in your 10th house. Now, if you watch my Jupiter in Gemini video, I talk a lot about Jupiter Saturn in the 10th house, and how it's acting as a way for us to become more mature about the way that we move through this life. And in the beginning of this video, I even talked about how I feel like there's because all of these planets in Gemini squaring off with Saturn are going to be repeated in a sense, or there's an emanation from now until August and December of this year where we have Jupiter squaring off with Saturn as well. And in the beginning of this video, I talked about how there is such a depth to Saturn in Pisces, like an emotional depth that is very different than Jupiter in Gemini, right? And even with all of these other planets in Gemini, the essence of Gemini, even though Pisces and Gemini can work really well, like such a beautiful friendship, you know, like mutable air, mutable water. It's just, you guys, we can just talk about everything. And there's a sense of just like we get each other because we've got these two dual signs coming together, and we can both kind of shapeshift in order to meet the other place. There's not a lot of stability there. I wouldn't say stable is the word that comes to mind, but there is a lot of fun. There's a lot of understanding between the two signs. And actually, as a Gemini, I haven't had a lot of relationships in my life, but the ones that I've had that have been meaningful, which is just the handful that I've had, have all been with Pisces. And I just generally feel like we just understand each other. It didn't work out, obviously, but on the friendship level, it always felt really great. And I like having Pisces around me. I love Piscean energy. But with this new moon in our first house squaring Saturn the 10th, it also brings to mind that this is happening. If you listen to the beginning of the video, I talk about the Sabian Symbol, in which the theme is maturation, and that the accent is on maturity and expansion of the consciousness. It's time to put your selfish concerns aside and focus on the welfare of the whole. And it's talking about the process of maturation or growth from youthful self-involvement to the development of a social conscience, which I also said is really amplified because we've got Venus in this new moon as well, which is like the social planet, right? So this is really, this whole process during this time is giving you a foreshadowing to what Jupiter and Saturn are going to be asking of you during this whole transit of Jupiter and Gemini, because Saturn will be in Pisces pretty much the entire time, I believe. It does go into Aries at some point and then go back into Pisces. But yeah, for the most of the Jupiter and Gemini transit, at least, Saturn will be in Pisces and there will be the square, and by sign, even if it's not exact, it's already happening, right? So what's happening, and I mentioned this, like I said, in my Jupiter and Gemini video, is that Saturn in the 10th is wanting us to build something in our career that is worthwhile, that gives meaning to our lives, that is actually something that we could commit to long term. But sometimes what happens with Saturn is that it brings frustration, delays, disappointments, and it brings up a lot of fears. And in doing so requires us to expand our consciousness, to expand our ability for our psyche to integrate more information into our worldview. And what I can see as is happening for a lot of Geminis, because Saturn is kind of antithetical in its way of doing things to Gemini, right? Gemini is like this childlike energy of perception and seeing and just like, wow, look at this and this and this. And Saturn is like, but what are we going to do about it? And is this going to bring meaning into your life? How are we going to materialize this? And then also, it's not just about bringing it to form, but it's about bringing it to form in a way that is helpful to you, that is helpful to your growth. And so this new moon is really foreshadowing the growth that is going to be asked of Geminis in the next year. There is a depth that is happening to us. And I think I mentioned this too, that we've had so much energy in our 12th house. We will still have Uranus in our 12th house till July of 2025. But all of this energy in our 12th house has really made it that we've had to go through this cycle of like isolation, of healing, of closure, of recognizing that there's a new cycle that needs to begin in our lives. And at the same time, knowing that Saturn is wanting to showcase the new depth that we've uncovered into a mature depth, into a depth that gives us, that actualizes the potential of Gemini. Because I feel like, okay, I'm sorry, I saw this, and this is like, you know, this feels very similar to what I'm talking about, because it's a swords, King of Swords, And that is us. Air energy, but it's the king. So the king is the mature version. It's not the page of swords that is on the bottom of the deck. It's the king. He is matured in his way. He is intelligent. He is knowledgeable in the ways that he uses his words, his thoughts, in the ways that in his ideas. There's knowledge there, which is Jupiter and Gemini as well coming through. But it feels like there's to me, like I will just always put Gemini on some sort of pedestal. I love the energy of Gemini. And yet I recognize that in it, there is an inherent lack of depth. In the, if you're a Gemini and you're like, I don't feel that way, it's probably because you have other things that support the depth. But in the pure Gemini archetype, it's not about depth. It's not about understanding. It's not about, integrating things. It's about just pure raw perception. But yet I recognize that there's something happening collectively in Geminis that is asking for us, regardless of your age, that is asking of us to become more mature emotionally, to step into a position where we're actually taking responsibility for our lives. That's what Saturn is trying to do, is trying to bring more responsibility into our lives, into our careers, into our life direction, into the legacy we want to leave. We are getting more serious about those things in our lives. And that's hard for us. It's not natural for us to be that serious, but that's what's being asked of us. I talked about in the beginning of this video, definitely listen. I'm going to try to tell every single sign to definitely listen to that, because where I talk about how to best utilize Saturn energy when it's in, especially if it's coming up in transit or if it's in our chart, in our lives, especially when it's squaring our sign, your first house, especially if you're a Gemini rising. There's something that is asking you to emotionally mature as a person, as the way you show up in order to benefit your legacy, your direction in life, your career. Now, what can happen during this new moon is it gives you a beautiful opportunity to utilize this energy, this Saturnian energy, to build something new in your house of self, in your outlook, having a more mature, emotionally mature outlook on life. Because as I said, Gemini energy, when you look at the evolutionary cycle of Gemini, it's a third sign. So we've gone through Aries, which is the first fire sign, and then we've got an earth sign, Taurus, and then Gemini is the first earth sign. We haven't completed on an evolutionary cycle Cancer yet. We don't yet have even the ability to look at our emotions in a deep way as a pure Gemini archetype. And so this is really asking a lot of us, because Pisces is the last water sign. So this is where it has reached its maturation. Cancer is the pure raw emotional energy. Scorpio is when we have to relate it to other people. And then in Pisces, it's where it's matured and it's being ready to integrate it into the whole of the collective. So Pisces, that's where the incongruence comes in with Pisces and Gemini, because there's a spiritual wisdom that Pisces has that Gemini has not yet experienced, because Gemini energy is so fresh and so new and so childlike. And so we're being asked if we can integrate some of that more Piscean energy into our being, because the Gemini is in the first house during the new moon. And how can we look at the broader vision of our lives, because Saturn's at the 10th house, the top of your chart. And like I said in the Sabian Symbol, it's how can we look at the broader vision and say, okay, are the actions that we're taking going to get us there? Or during this new moon, can I plant a seed in which I decide to take action in a new direction that is more indicative of the new personality that I'm trying to embody, that is more spiritually mature, that is more emotionally mature? And you've got Mars in Taurus in your 12th house. Now, Mars in the 12th house, starting on June 8th, is going to amp up the 12th house stuff again, okay? So it's going to feel like there's an urgency to finish out this cycle that you're in. So this happens right after the new moon, right? So at least for the new moon, we're not having to deal with that yet. So you can go into it with a clear mind of what you're wanting. And then after that, just know that what's going to come is a period of time where It's going to feel a little, Mars in the 12th house can cause some really intense dreams, some difficulty sleeping. And there's going to be this like you can't pin it down, but there's something in your psyche that's like causing some sort of urgency. So once again, I talked about in the beginning of the video of grounding and the importance of that during that Mars transit, especially as it squares Pluto almost immediately, but really exact on June 11th. So that's a lot of information there. You know, this is really just Saturn is wanting Geminis to take responsibility and ownership over their lives and the direction that they're going in and the decisions that they're making. And Geminis, you know, we like I said, there's just like childlike energy, and sometimes it's so much easier to feel like other people will take care of us. Like we're just like the perpetual child in a way that like other people just take care of us. And Saturn's saying like, no, not anymore. Not anymore, you know, like keep the fun, keep the curiosity, of course, like keep that childlike nature, but also temper that with this radical self-responsibility, right? So let's just get, like I got this because it was the bottom of the deck, but I want to also get like an advice card for Geminis during the first 2 weeks of June, as well as the new moon and the intention setting situation that we're going to be starting a 6-month cycle, and we'll see the culmination. We'll talk about it later in the year when we have a full moon in Gemini and see kind of how far we've come. Some advice for my Geminis, sun and rising, maybe moon. So interesting. So we got the King of Swords, and then we've got the Knight of Cups. So immediately this tells me, like, number one, there could be a water sign in your life right now that could be making a lot of romantic gestures. This feels like the first 2 weeks, this feels like the first 2 weeks is like that could be one way of it. There's a water sign who is coming into your life during this time, giving you attention. But as an energy, this feels like romance. This feels like creativity. And the Knight is not quite as mature, so it feels more fun and playful. And this is kind of the energy I was picking up about how all of this like social engagement, all this energy about like being more extroverted and being more social. And the cups is the water element. So this could be indicative of like Saturn as well in Pisces, but not in this like harsh way, because the Knight of Cups is not like harsh. It's a kind of more fresh energy. And so one way I could say as an advice card though is that you can utilize this time, really the whole month, because we are going to square Neptune in Pisces. We'll talk about that later, but you could really find some creativity to put your energy towards during this time, something that you're passionate about, or just, like I said, bring more socialization, more romance into your life. Even if you're single and you're not dating anybody, you can bring that romance into your life because this energy is about you. Take care of yourself. Take yourself out on a date. Take yourself out on a wine and painting night or something, or doing something creative that you would enjoy. Get around some water, like do something fun for yourself. And if you are in partnership, or do it with your friends, even if you're not in partnership. But if you are with a partner, like this could be a time where things feel more romantic. You feel more connected to them. There's more passion. There's more creativity. There's more fun. So this is nice because it kind of makes me feel like, the energy of Saturn, like I said, is not really very compatible with Gemini sometimes, even though I'm a Gemini and I love Saturn. But I can recognize that the energy isn't like very serious. My boyfriend's a Capricorn, so he's ruled by Saturn. And I can see that where we are very different in how we show up in the world. But I mean, we've been together for 7 years. So Saturn and Gemini can work together. And this is just giving me more information saying that, like, yeah, maybe this doesn't have to be as hard as you think it is. Maybe you can bring lightness with the Saturn and Saturn with the lightness. Does that make sense? Like they can go together. Yes. All right, so Gemini, let me know how that resonates for you guys. And if you like this content, please like and subscribe, and I will see you guys next time. All right, so for my Cancer sun and rising, this first part of the month, so what I'm talking about really, the first 2 weeks of the new moon, is going to very much feel like a time to rest, retreat, have some solitude, and tend to your inner self, because something is ending. In my Jupiter and Gemini video, check that out if you have it, because it'll give you a lot of input into what that cycle is about, because it's the same energy, same house, same part of your chart that this new moon is in, and that all of the personal planets are going to be going through during the first part of this month. So, but there's a lot of energy towards your subconscious world, your self-limiting beliefs, any endings that are happening in your life, because I think I talked about that in the Jupiter and Gemini video, is that like you guys are closing out a chapter in some areas of your life, and they are pretty big cycles generally when we're talking about the 12th house. Like you're getting ready to start something new. And then the end of the month, or well, like the third week of the month, all this energy starts moving into your sign, into your first house. So don't be hard on yourself if the first few weeks of this month don't feel as fun and invigorating as I talked about in the beginning of the video, or if you listen to other placements, like you may find that this is not quite as social for you. This definitely feels like more solitude, but you could be finding a lot of activity happening in your solitude, right? So maybe you're not being as extroverted, but maybe you're doing a lot more things in your inner world and in your own space internally. So maybe you're journaling a lot more, or you're thinking a lot about your inner world and your psyche, your self-limiting beliefs, your self-sabotage that you're doing, if there is any of that. You could be reading a lot more. There's just more energy within the terms of the internal world right now. Now, Saturn is in your 9th house of Pisces, and it's going to be squaring all of this. So even though you feel drawn to seclusion with all this Gemini energy in your 12th house, something may be pulling away from that in your 9th house, or like maybe there's some traveling you have to do, or like you're studying some sort of course and it's taking up your time and it's not really allowing you to go as internally as you want to. But you've got to make some choices now about your belief systems going forward here, because in the beginning of the video, I read the Sabian symbol for this new moon, and I just think it's so indicative of the energies that we're feeling, because it's talking about maturation and growth that is necessary, and taking responsibility and putting our selfish, youthful self-involvement to the side and developing something for the greater whole. So with all this energy in your 12th house, with the Gemini energy, maybe there's some sort of self-sabotage that you've been doing that is very young in nature, that is not who you are anymore. And Saturn in the 9th house is like saying, hey, we need some new belief systems. Your belief systems are outdated, and so you may be feeling like you're vacillating between like this energy. Saturn in the 9th can be like putting a damper on your optimism a little bit during its transit until 2026. And since March of 2023, it's like you're like, when's it gonna get better, and then maybe you'll get better and you're trying to open up, and then Saturn delays and has some disappointments or brings frustrations either internally or from some external source. So like maybe there's loss on the outside world, and it's causing you to damper your sense of belief and wonder and optimism and joy and expansion in the world. Now, in the beginning of this video, I did talk about how to work with Saturn in a way that's helpful. So I definitely recommend listening to that, because, Saturn gets a bad rep, and, there's more that we can do than to just to grit our teeth and bear it. We can really work with Saturn to help us expand our consciousness, bring more emotional depth, which Cancers, you guys are very emotional. But a lot of times, there is not a depth to that emotionality, because you guys are the first water sign. Now, I have Venus in Cancer, and Chiron in Cancer, and South Node in Cancer. So don't come for me. I get it. We're very emotional beings. But Pisces is the end. is the third water sign. So Cancer is just about feeling and having emotions. It's raw emotions here. And so Saturn in the ninth is like, yeah, that's beautiful. We can harmonize with that because we're water as well. But it's more about something bigger than yourself. It's less about how you always feel and this like self-involvement aspect, but what would be helpful to the collective consciousness and to the whole of my psyche, to the integration of my wholeness as a being. Because sometimes that raw emotion just needs to come and go, and it's not integrated into something that's serving a higher sense of self for you. So what I would say when you have this new moon in your 12th house with Venus in your 12th house, so everything feels like your relationships, everything's waning right now. I talked about that in another, was it for Cancer? I don't know. In my Jupiter and Gemini video, there was a sign I was saying that it's waning, but it feels like everything's kind of coming like, kind of like slowing down. Like it's not really like there's the energy slowing down for you right now. And so when that new moon happens in Gemini on June 6th, squaring Saturn in your 9th house, what I would advise is that you're definitely not getting into the victim mentality. We can definitely do that when we have a lot of 12th house placements, because it feels like everything, like we're losing something. And we're feeling separate from the world, but the 12th house is where we dissolve into the whole unit, right? This is where dissolution of the self happens in order to blend in with spirit, which is what the soul is ultimately always seeking. So there is a sense of loss in that, if we look at it that way, but we can also see it as unity to something bigger than ourselves. And Saturn in the 9th is saying, hey, I'm trying, like maybe you're feeling some sort of disappointment or delay or frustration or fears surrounding moving forward in your life with a new belief system. But I'm doing that because I want you to see the other side. I want you to integrate a larger part of your consciousness into your current belief system, because where you're at right now, it seems young. It seems like it's not mature. It's not developed in the right way. I don't want to say the right way because that seems like there's a bad way. It's just not developed in a way that's helpful to you. So when you're thinking about setting an intention, keep this in mind. What is your broader vision, right? Because we talked about that with the Sabian symbol, is that, it's about spiritual growth, self-awareness, and the ability to see the world through the eyes of the others. It's about integration, broad vision, and wisdom. So, how can we transform our raw emotion into something that will be helpful to us and others? How can it be of service to others? Because maybe the self-sabotaging techniques that you're having right now is not serving you, and it's also not serving other people, right? It's probably not. Because when you sabotage yourself, you're sabotaging your relationships, you're sabotaging your work situations, you're working off of these unconscious beliefs that are unknown to you. And so then you're like, well, what's happening? Why are bad things happening? But it's like, well, maybe you unconsciously put yourself in those positions. So Saturn's like, let's get back to reality. Let's set some new intentions. Hold on, I just got something. This is in your 12th house. You are the perfect person right now to rewire during this new moon, self-limiting beliefs. Literally journal out the new beliefs that you want to have. Make a column of your old self-limiting beliefs that you feel are negative. Write a column and reframe them into something that would be more positive for you going forward. Yes, that's beautiful. And also you could think about how, you could bring more, no, you know what? That's it. That's all I want to say. That's all I want to say. Journal. You guys are the perfect people to work on your self-limiting beliefs right now through subconscious work like that. Meditation, hypnotherapy, astrology, tarot, all these things that work on the deeper, the undercurrents of life. Okay, so let's get some advice for my Cancer sun and rising. For the first 2 weeks of May, or I keep saying May. This year is moving too fast. For the first 2 weeks of June and the new moon, what is some advice? Okay, so I got the Four of Pentacles. So this to me is like, okay, I'm feeling like resistance from you guys. I'm feeling resistance from you guys, whether that's subconscious or conscious, or whether that's unconscious, subconscious, or conscious. You guys are holding on to something for dear life. You guys are holding on to something like, okay, it feels like you feel with all this 12th house energy and Saturn in your 9th kind of bringing your optimism, like thwarting your optimism a little bit, or thwarting your desire to like travel and be more expansive. You're feeling like a lack of safety and security right now. You don't feel safe, like not physically, like psychically, you don't feel safe letting go of this stuff. And I get that. Like this is, you have to take it at your own pace. The stuff that's in the 12th house sometimes isn't even ours, number one, right? Like it's like learned behaviors, not just even from the people you grew up with, but from the collective unconscious that we're picking up on, the societal standards that we're picking up on. And so it feels like you guys are like, look at this person. I mean, yeah, you could say this person is security oriented. It's not bad. It's not good or bad. But what I felt intuitively when I saw this card is that you guys are like holding on for dear life, and it doesn't feel like you can let go. It feels like if you let go, something bad is going to happen. And that's the fear that Saturn is like instilling in you in order for you to grow from it, though. You know, like it's not just because, like I talked about in the beginning of the video, it's not like Saturn like enjoys pain. You know, it's not a masochist. It's just wanting you to grow through the pain, to experience enough pain to want to change. And so this energy to me is like, you guys are just scared, and I get it. You guys are holding on. You're afraid of some of you may be even afraid of your material security. Like you're feeling like the changes that life is asking you to make are going to be some sort of a threat to your material financial security in life. And that's totally understandable, you know, like, but it's just like, well, do you want to stay as it is? Like this ass in here, it's like, you know, what your greatest advantage lies in looking to the future, to what you can expect to experience if you continue in your present direction or course of action. So are you happy right now? If you are, great. Continue to hold on to these subconscious beliefs. Maybe you are, I don't know. Maybe you've done a lot of work already and you're like, no, I've worked on that stuff. I'm ready to move forward. I can hold on to this. But if not, this energy feels like you're frantically holding on. So yeah, I don't know. Let me get one more card for you guys. See what can maybe just see how you can, I don't even know. Maybe learn to let go if you need to, if it's aligned for you. I just felt like I need to pull another card for you guys. I felt like some Cancers just need some reassurance after this card. Six of Swords. You guys are moving away from something. He's moving away from these murky waters, this instability, this it just feels like there was a lot of turbulence, and they're moving into clearer waters mentally, right? Mentally. So this is what I'm saying, like you guys really need to utilize the Mercury aspect, the Gemini aspect of thoughts, words, and like writing during this new moon in order to get you from a place of turbulence into a place of more calm. Talk to a friend, talk to a therapist, journal, do that subconscious self-limiting belief exercise or other ones that you find. Utilize the power of written word, spoken word, and thoughts in order to get you to a place where you're going to feel better, because that's where you're headed anyways. So just help yourself. Just help yourself. That's Saturn speaking. Okay. All right, Cancers, let me know how this resonates for you. Like and subscribe if you like this content, and I will see you guys next time. All right, so for my Leo Sun and Risings, how are you? What is going on for Leo Sun and Rising during the first half of June, as well as the new moon in Gemini, conjunct Venus, and square Saturn? So this is happening, the new moon in Gemini is happening in your 11th house. You've got a lot of 11th house energy in the first part of June. And the 11th house to me is a sense of belonging in the world, right? So the 4th house is also a sense of belonging internally in your home. Like, where do you feel like home? But the 11th house is where we find a sense of belonging in the world. Where do we fit in? What are we here to do in this world and be a part of humanity in this world? That's why it represents like the groups we're a part of. So you could be actively looking for groups that you're a part of. If you are doing work on the internet, this is actually a great time for you because you've got so much energy in that area of your chart where there is visibility of you on the internet. So you could be attracting visibility there. You could be attracting visibility in your groups. Now, Jupiter is going to be in Gemini in your 11th house. I made a video about that and I'll link it down below so you can watch that, because I'm going to, that's going to be a year-long transit, which is also going to square Saturn. So right now, whatever is happening when I talk about, the square to Saturn is going to be kind of a foreshadowing to August and December of this year when Jupiter squares Saturn as well. But that's where the energy is for the first half of the month. This could be like a social, very social first half of the month for you, in which you're going from social engagement to social engagement, or you're thinking about your place in the world and where you belong, what groups you want to be a part of, your internet presence, what friends you want to have around you, what your future aspirations and goals are for your life, what you want this broader vision of your life to be. And also the square from Saturn in your 8th. Now, I love Saturn. I feel like it's deeply misunderstood. I love the 8th house. I feel like it's deeply misunderstood. The thing is the 8th house is definitely about shared resources, okay? But it's a water house, right? So we have to always take that. So I always talk about it's like money that's not yours. Yes, this is true because it's second from the 7th. So it's the values and money of others. That's why we talk about inheritances, your partner bringing in money, loans, tax refunds, that it's other investments, returns from investments. It's money that's not yours, and shared values within the relationship. I think that's the deeper thing, is that when we go from the 7th to the 8th, we're going from a place of contractual agreements and relationships into a place of intimacy, transformation. There's a I become we on a deeper level, on an emotional level. This is Scorpio's house. So when we have planets transiting the 8th house, especially Saturn, it can feel limiting. You can see this as in somehow you're not getting the money that you need from other people. Your partner's not making as much money. Your partner's not bringing in as much money as you would hope. Your inheritances are being blocked. You're not getting loans if you need them. You're not getting a tax refund, or there's a delay. There's frustration. And even when it comes to intimately bonding with another, when Saturn's in the 8th house, there's these delays and disappointments and frustrations and limitations when you're trying to understand how you and another person can deeply bond on these shared values, how you can move forward in a way that is a we rather than a me and a you, in merging and transforming something from an I to a we, right? And obviously not losing ourselves in the codependency, but learning how the relationship can take an energy of its own. And now if you're not in a relationship, that's totally fine. This doesn't have to be with a person during this transit, because it's more about how are you what's your ability to merge with another, to be truly intimate with another. And so you may experience frustrations in this area of your life and feeling like there's a block, that even if you want to learn how to do that, there's something that's blocking you. And Saturn is not a masochist. Like I said in the beginning of this video, it doesn't just hurt you because it wants to hurt you. It's trying to expand your consciousness. It's trying to mature, bring some maturation. And so when you have Saturn in Pisces in your 8th house, there is a fear of being like that codependency that I talked about. There's a fine line between merging in that codependency and getting lost in everything and feeling like, and as a Leo, it's like You don't want to merge because you have this, you're ruled by the sun, this ego, this sense of me, you know, which is not so much wanting to dissolve or transform or become one with another or one with the whole, because Pisces represents the collective, right? And as we talked about with the Sabian symbol of this new moon on June 6th, it's about recognizing what, you know, the accents on maturity and expansion of consciousness. It's time to put selfish concerns aside and focus on the welfare of the whole. And so when we're having these energies play out between Saturn and Pisces in the 8th, and the moon, your sun, your ruling planet, the sun, and Venus in the 11th, there's really this form of this idea that there's a desire to belong somewhere, and yet there is a lack of intimacy or a lack of being able to be deeply intimate with another that is kind of putting pressure on your sense of belonging. You don't feel like you can belong anywhere because Saturn is putting a damper or frustrating you in terms of resources, emotional and financial, when it comes to deeply engaging with another on a level that is beneath the contract, that is deeper than just like, yes, we are together, yes, we are talking. The 7th house is an Aries house, right? I mean, it's like it's about, you know, it's much lighter than the 8th house of transformation, of the deep psychic work that we have to do, the karma that's there. And Saturn, the Lord of Karma, in a house that can be very karmic, can make you feel like things are out of your control, like things are happening that you cannot control. But Saturn is never is actually asking you to remember that you have radical self-responsibility available to you at every single moment. Every single moment is a chance to turn it all around, right? Vanilla Sky, one of my favorite quotes. Something I remind myself of very often. So, I didn't even talk about the other transits. Oh my. Let's see if there's anything else I feel like you guys need to know. Yes, I do. Okay, so Venus Cazimi, June 4th. Definitely feels like there's some sort of rebirth happening in your relationships, and it's happening in Gemini. So there's some sort of rebirth happening or amplification happening regarding relationships, harmony. It could be a time, June 4th, that you're feeling really connected to people, that you're feeling it's easier to connect with people, especially verbally and intellectually. But what's interesting is I want to talk about Mars entering Taurus, which is your 10th house. Now, we have had a lot of energy move through our Taurus house, and Mars is now saying, yes, we've had a lot of, because even on the May 31st, Mercury conjunct Uranus and Taurus, and it was like the last personal planet to conjunct. Well, we're going to have Mars there as well, which is good. I mean, it's not a bad thing. But one of the, it's been a series of conjunctions that we've had with Uranus in Taurus in our 10th house. So there's some sort of aha moment that's coming, that's kind of like a culmination of all these aha moments that we've had since April 20th. And then once Mars conjuncts Uranus, it's gonna push us further into action. But when Mars enters Taurus, it is in your 10th house, and you're definitely wanting to put more action towards where you want to go in life, your life direction, the legacy you want to leave, your career, your public status. A lot of energy is going to go there. And almost immediately it starts forming a square to Pluto in your 7th house. So it could feel like relationships within your career, or there's a sense of power struggles there. So this could very much be like a boss, coworkers, someone trying to dominate you or you trying to dominate them. Now, on the easier side, it could just be that you're feeling super invigorated into making changes in your relationships and your career and the 10th house stuff going forward. And if you're grounding yourself, that could very well be a beautiful transit for you to really be pushed in a way into making the changes that you need to make. from a deep place, because it's Pluto, right? From a deep place of like, I'm not doing this anymore. I'm changing something. But if the energy is ungrounded, then it could really come up as angry outbursts, especially for Leos within relationships, or within relationships in the workplace, or within relationships about where you're headed in life. Or because of where you're headed in life, it could cause outbursts and confrontations within your relationships. So be aware of that. That's really like June 8th through the 12th-ish, June 9th through the 12th-ish, exact on June 11th. So let's talk a little bit more about the new moon in Gemini conjunct Venus squaring Saturn. We've already talked a little bit about it, but I just want to say this new moon is, like all new moons, a time to start a new cycle that will culminate in about 6 months when we have a full moon in Gemini. So what visions are you wanting to have in your sense of belonging, in the groups of people that you're surrounded by, in your aspirations for the future? What intentions are you wanting to make? And allow Saturn in Pisces in your 8th house to bring an emotional depth and maturity to the decision you're making, because Gemini energy gives us a variety of options. And so Saturn says, but what can you commit to? What is in your best interest and in the best interest of the whole, of humanity? The humanity in which you're finding a sense of belonging in. What is going to be most helpful to the world for you to do, as well as yourself, right? I mean, regardless of what is going on and what Saturn's asking of you, you are ruled by the sun. There is a sense of individuality and uniqueness that you can take into these groups, into the internet, into whatever your friends, that these social engagements, you can show up in your own unique way. You don't need to lose that, but you need to make sure that the decision on where you belong and where you want to put your energy into belonging, the humanitarian efforts you want to put your energy into, are ones that you actually want to commit to in long term. That your emotional body, your emotional maturity is saying, yes, this is something this is the new direction for us. We're leaving behind the groups, organizations, friends, the internet presence that we used to have, and we're moving into a new direction. And so use this new moon as a way to intentionally choose a direction that you want to go into. Maybe it's, with Gemini, it's like you could even have more than one. Allow yourself to have one or two options. Don't get overwhelmed. Don't get overwhelmed. That's my one thing. And like I said, Saturn will require that whatever it is something that you're willing to put energy into for the long term. Because Saturn in the 11th is trying to stabilize something in that part of, Saturn in the 8th is trying to stabilize something in that part of your life. It's trying to bring a maturity into your 8th house matters. So you can take radical self-responsibility. So if, for example, if your partner's not bringing in the money, you're not getting that inheritance. Okay, well, the impetus is on you. What are you going to do about that situation? Rather than being like, oh, woe is me, I'm not getting my tax refund, I'm not getting this. It's like, feel the feelings. Yes, of course, we never suppress. And then say, what do I want to do with that? Now, I feel like Leo is actually pretty good with that because we're ruled by the sun. So we generally don't like to depend on others, but maybe that's part of the problem. Maybe that's part of the problem is that Saturn in the 8th is like, bro, you gotta like learn to lean on other people as well. Like how are you and me gonna become we if it's just you and me? You know what I mean? Like you have to learn to give and take. Give and take. The 8th house. All right, so let's talk about tarot. And let's get an advice card for my Leo sun and rising, maybe moons as well, for the first half of June and the new moon in June in Gemini. That's amazing. This is amazing. The Ten of Pentacles. This is like the peak of abundance. Now, this is Pentacles, so you could be having during this time some sort of sense of accomplishment of a goal, and that could be monetary as well. So like you could because we had all this energy in our 10th house, you could have started a new venture in your career, and now you're seeing some sort of reward, some sort of accomplishment, and with that maybe comes like a bonus, or you're making money in a new way, and so that could definitely be it. But more than this, in here, we see a sense of contentment and abundance deeper than just money. And like because of all this energy in your 10th house and then now you've got Saturn in your 8th, which is also, like I said, it's more about shared values, like emotional values, but also can be about resources, shared resources. This could, for some of you guys, be like, some money is coming in to help support you in your new ventures somehow. It feels like it's of your own efforts, but because we've got the 8th house influence, it could also be something outside of you. And regardless of it, even if you're not getting anything financial, because this card is about abundance, and abundance is so much more than money. You can have all the money in the world and not feel abundant. And I think actually, now that I said that, it reminds me of some other videos I've talked about. It might be the Jupiter and Gemini video that I did, or the previous video I did before that. I don't know. One of the videos I talked about, I remember talking about Leos and us and having this exact conversation with you guys, that it was like, money is not enough. Money is not abundance. There's something deeper that comes. And that's the feeling that I'm getting with you guys here. So if you're feeling like there's hardships, there's delay, frustration, this is your advice. Remember that you are abundant now. Find ways to recognize your abundance now. Gratitude. For this new moon, make a list of 10 things that you're grateful for, to remind you of this energy if you need it. Okay? All right, Leos. If you like this content, please like and subscribe, and I will see you guys next time. All right, so for Virgo sun and rising, as I mentioned in the beginning, you guys are probably going to be one of the signs who's going to feel a lot of the activations during this month, because they're going to be in opposition and square to your sign, to your Virgo placements. And since Mercury is your ruler, it's also doing quite a bit this month. So I could see this as being a busy month for you guys, and that could be good or bad. All of the Gemini energy during the first half of the month means that there's even more of a focus on your career, reputation, or public status in some way. So as I mentioned in my Jupiter in Gemini video, that's where the energy of Jupiter is going to be for the next year. So if you haven't checked out that video, I'll link it down below so you guys can take a look. But know that also during the beginning of this month, there is the sun is in Gemini, moon's going to be in Gemini for the new moon. We got Mercury in Gemini and Venus in Gemini. Yeah, as well as Jupiter. So a lot of focus, whether that's mental focus or actually physical focus in your career during this time. You could change careers, or some sort of public status change could happen, like you're getting married or you're getting divorced, or you're going from single to in a relationship, or vice versa. And by the 8th of the month, Saturn from your 7th house of relationships will start challenging the Gemini placements, adding some limitations, hardships, or heaviness to the pronounced 10th house stuff that's also happening. Now, in the beginning of this video, I talk about a more well-rounded way of looking at Saturn transits or Saturn placements or Saturn in general, because I talk about limitations, hardships, or heaviness, I talk about it being a place that can cause some frustration, delays, disappointments. Yet there is so much more to Saturn, and Saturn is not trying to hurt you because it likes seeing you in pain, but because it wants you to grow and increase your sense of consciousness. And in the beginning of the video, I also did the Sabian symbol for the new moon that's happening on June 6th in Gemini and squaring Saturn in your 7th house. And it had very similar energy as to Saturn in general, which is really interesting, and talking about the maturation and the growth and the integration of the self in order to do, I'll just read it for you. Your greatest advantage lies in looking to the future into what you can expect to experience if you continue in your present direction or course of action. The accent is on maturity and expansion of consciousness. It's time to put selfish concerns aside and focus on the welfare of the world. Now, what's interesting is you guys have Saturn in Pisces, which is the sign of the whole, of unity as on a spiritual level, of unity with everything else. So this feels like there is something that is being asked to be integrated into your psyche regarding your relationships and your public direction in life, or your career, or your status. Now, a lot of times what can happen when we have planets in the 7th house transiting, especially malefic ones like Saturn, is that people can show up who look like Saturnian people. So they may be the people who are blocking you from getting someplace that you want to go. They may be the one who are harsh with you. They may be the ones who feel like they're limiting you. You're limiting your growth. But really, especially when it comes to the 7th house, oftentimes when people like that come into our lives, depending on what planet's in that house, it's a projection of the energy that we are not owning in our lives. And when it's Saturn, it comes down to self-responsibility. And this new moon especially, which I'll talk about in a second, I just want to go through some of the other stuff, but I'm talking in general for you guys during the first 2 weeks of June, is asking you how you can take responsibility for your role in relationships, the way that you show up in relationships, even if it looks like it's people who are outside of you that are causing some sort of delay or instilling some sort of fear in you regarding how you relate to other people. Accepting radical responsibility is the only way that we can move into a place of having the free will to decide what we want to do with our lives. Otherwise, we are going to stay as a victim of circumstance in our lives, and then our free will is thwarted, and we look to everything outside of us saying, why is this not happening? Why is this person treating me this way? Why is this happening to me like this? So these are big energies because your 7th and your 10th house are being activated, and those are your angular houses. So this month, as well as the next year, while Jupiter is in Gemini and until Saturn leaves Pisces, you guys are going to look back during this time and see that there were a lot of integral changes that are happening in your psyche and in your life that are helping to propel you into a more holistic and integrated sense of being, not just in your relationships, not just in your career or public life, but also within yourself and within the home. So let's go through some of the things that's happening. Mercury, your ruler, on May 31st is conjoining with Uranus in Taurus. So this is your 9th house of belief system. So we've been talking about this house a lot, and we do have Mars moving into this place as well on June 8th. But yeah, June 8th. And it will conjoin Uranus. But what I see this Mercury conjunct Uranus is you're having some sort of aha moment regarding your belief systems or travel or higher education, or all of the 9th house things that we've talked about with all of this Taurus energy in your life. You're having an aha moment at the end of May that is helping you understand what this is all really about. It's almost like a culmination point. And when Mars reaches Uranus, then it'll almost be like time for you to finally take direct action regarding the changes that you've made. But this to me feels like a high point. And a lot of times when Mercury and Uranus come in together, I talk about in the beginning of the video that there can be like some sort of an aha moment. There can be some sort of a breakdown in order to break through. There can be some electrifying communication or thoughts that can kind of jolt you awake. So that's happening at the end of May. You'll probably feel it from the 30th to June 1st. And then we've got Mercury entering Gemini, which is your 10th house. on June 3rd, and then joining Jupiter in Gemini on June 4th, the same day that we have a Venus cazimi in Gemini. So all this energy is changing and bringing new curiosity into your 10th house of career, public status, reputation, achievements, and just your life direction in general. And what happens when Mercury, your ruler, conjuncts Jupiter in Gemini, it tells me that whatever aha moment you may have had that may have been shocking to you, or if there's just been something in your life, in your thoughts, in your words that have been feeling kind of pessimistic, or you had some sort of a breakthrough moment that felt difficult, Mercury joining Jupiter allows you the opportunity to bring some sort of optimism into your thinking, into your words, into your writing even. And generally, the first 2 weeks, especially really the first 3 weeks of June, are a time where everyone is going to be feeling more talkative, more social, getting out of the house more, texting people more, talking people more. And you're one of those people that might be affected by that too, because it's squaring your sign. You may feel like generally you have more things to do. You feel like there's a sense of busyness for the first 3 weeks of June, especially the first few weeks when it's just like pure Gemini energy almost. And when Venus cazimi happens and Venus energy is amplified on the 4th, you may find that this is a great time for relationships. Maybe things are being smoothed out, or you're going out and having fun with your friends or your partner, or you're just feeling a general sense of harmony and beauty in your life during that time. Then on June 6th, you're going to have a new moon at 16 degrees, conjuncting Venus in Gemini, square Saturn. And then from June 8th to the 12th, you're going to have Venus, Sun, and Mercury go in an order and square Saturn in Pisces. On the 8th as well, Mars is going to be entering your 9th house of Taurus and starting to form a square with Pluto that's exact on the 11th. Now, this energy can be quite explosive in nature, and I talk about this more in the beginning of the video about some of the positive aspects of it. You know, it could be that there's an invigorating feeling to this to push you to achieve something. But you could also feel like someone's trying to dominate you, or you're trying to dominate others. There could be power struggles, confrontations that blow up really fast, angry outbursts if we're not using this energy constructively and consciously. It's something that I see happen very often. So if you're feeling these things come up, it's important to allow ourselves to feel them, but to take aligned action. So, you know, if you feel like you're activated, maybe not having that conversation that you need to have in that moment, but instead going for a walk, going for a run, going outside and grounding yourself, doing some yoga, going hiking, in some way, just allowing yourself to get grounded before you talk about the situation that needs to be talked about, or before you express your feelings. Because what happens oftentimes with Mars and Pluto is that the confrontations and the conversations get a lot more intense than they actually need to be. And in some ways, this can feel like a release of some sort, but this can also be damaging if you are doing that with someone close to you. So it's not really worth the risk, in my opinion, because you can wait out the energy or just bring some centeredness and groundedness to it before acting and still get your point across, right? So it's just about how we consciously use the energy, and we can use it, like I said, instead for actions that are more aligned. So either physical activity and making sure we're not overdoing that, not doing anything that we normally wouldn't do, so we don't get hurt, or also just deciding to take action on something else in your life that isn't about the current situation that you're feeling upset about. Let's see if there's anything else I want to talk about before we talk about the new moon. Okay, no, I think that's it. So the new moon is happening at 16 degrees Gemini, conjunct Venus in Gemini, square Saturn in Pisces in your 7th house, like we've talked about. This is a beautiful time for you to set an intention about something that a seed that you want to plant in your 10th house of career, public status, public recognition. With Venus here, there is support for you to bring harmony into this aspect of your life, to work with other people. And when it's square Saturn, what it's asking of you is that Saturn in Pisces is requiring emotional maturity from all of us. And like I read with the Sabian symbol before, that is also what this new moon, regardless of its aspect of Saturn, is asking of us. It's asking for us to grow and to move from youthful self-involvement to the developmental of a social conscious, which is only amplified by the fact that Venus is in conjunct with a new moon during this time, because Venus is the planet of social consciousness. So whatever decision you're making, whatever direction you're moving towards in regarding your career and your life direction, how does that work with or against the emotional maturity that Saturn is trying to teach you about how you relate to other people, your business partner, your relationship, contractual agreements? Saturn, when it places limitations on us, or frustrations or delay or hardships or limitations, or we're feeling some sort of stressor from people outside of ourselves, it's doing that in order for us to learn something new about ourselves and how we relate to other people. So you're learning something, you're in the middle, like right smack in the middle of that process right now. And what you have learned, how can that help you move forward in your career in a more integrated, holistic way? Maybe you had a way of moving towards something in your life. Maybe you were always moving towards a direction in a similar way, even if it was a different direction. Maybe the energy behind the career choices you made were the same. And so what happens generally is that there is a superficial change, right? So we can go down a new career path, we can go down a new direction in our lives. We can say, oh, this is the reputation I want to have, I want to change something about my public status. But the energy underneath that is the same, and Saturn is challenging that right now. And it's saying, hey, I'm trying to help you emotionally mature in how you relate to other people. And in doing that, can you go about planting this new seed in your career house in a new way? And when you are looking at the options available to you, because you've got Gemini in your 10th house with all this energy there, you are going to have opportunities presented to you, or you're going to be very busy thinking about different ideas that you could take regarding your life direction during this time. Watch my Jupiter and Gemini video to get more ideas about how that could show up for you, by the way. But as these ideas that you're having come up, make sure that you're listening to the emotional maturity that Saturn has been trying so hard to instill in you and how you relate to other people during this time, or how other people have been showing up in a way that feels harsh to you. And what is that showing you about yourself? Maybe some aspects of yourself that you're not integrating. A lot of times when harshness or limitations are seen outside of ourselves, it's because we're not taking a sense of responsibility over our own desire to structure our lives a certain way. And so we meet people outside of us who are limiting us in certain ways, and we feel frustrated. But really, we can look at that and take it as an opportunity to say, am I taking responsibility for how I structure my career, how I structure my public life, the legacy I'm leaving? Or am I just leaving that to the hands of fate? Or am I moving into things and not being serious about them? Because Saturn wants you to be serious, right? And Gemini, being in the 10th house and all this energy there isn't very serious. So there's this antithetical kind of energy there. So let's see what kind of information I can get from the tarot. Maybe an advice for Virgo sun rising, maybe even Virgo moons during the first 2 weeks of Gemini, as well as the new moon in Gemini. What advice can we give Virgo sun and rising? The Hierophant. Now, this is very interesting because I said that you guys might be one of the ones that's feeling this the most. And of course, when I say that, and then you get a major arcana card telling me that there is a major... This is more than just another 2 weeks or another new moon. This is a little bit more important for you guys. The major arcana represents bigger turning points in our lives, times that we have to make bigger decisions about what we're doing. And the Hierophant for me tells me that there's some desire for structure, which is literally what I was just talking about. This is like when the Hierophant comes up, it's about wanting to adhere to a larger set of structures. And this is interesting because we've had all this energy in your ninth house of travel, of higher learning, which is structured learning, of politics, a structured system, belief systems. So like religion fall under the ninth house, which are structured belief systems. And so what this is telling me is that there's a desire and a need for more structure in your life. Now, this can take on many forms. If you don't feel called to religion or higher learning, it could even be some sort of spirituality, or you could find some sort of psychological framework, or you could find some sort of organization that gives you a framework when you're attending it. I'm trying to think. Let's see, Pluto in your 6th house. Okay. I was just trying to think what else is happening in your chart during this time. But yeah, I see this as exactly what I was just saying before this card came out, that there's a desire for more structure. And for me, I feel like this is in your 10th house. Like something about the 10th house energy in the past has not been structured, which is interesting because Virgos can be structured, especially Virgo rising, tend to be more structured in some aspects of their lives. I don't see it so much with Virgo suns, but there is still there is a attention to detail in certain ways, and yet it feels like for some reason in your house of career and life direction, there's not been enough structure. Yeah, so looking to something that is already established, some sort of established truth. Maybe this could even look like you looking at somebody who's done what you want to accomplish and seeing, okay, maybe they have a course, or maybe they have a document that says, hey, this is what I did to get to where I got. And maybe that can give you ideas that can inspire you. And when the new moon comes on June 6th, you can start the path on planting that new seed. And then in 6 months, we'll kind of see how that culminates. But yeah, this to me tells me that there's a desire for something higher than yourself. A truth that is more than that is more structured and is bigger than just you. So let me know how that resonates for you guys, and if you like this content, like and subscribe for more videos just like this, and I will see you guys next time, Virgo. All right, so for my Libra sun and rising, now you guys have several activations happening in your 9th house this month, and I actually really like this energy for you because it's a joyful and optimistic house about belief systems, higher education, philosophy, and even travel, with Jupiter in there as well. All this energy in Gemini in that 9th house is just a lot lighter than the energy we've been having in the 8th house for you guys. But that area of your chart is looking quite busy this first half of June. So there might be some more traveling that you're doing. You're desiring to learn something, maybe thinking about going back to school, or just being more interested in psychology and philosophy during this time, or your belief system. Because it's a shorter transit outside of Jupiter and Gemini, which I will link that video down below, and you should definitely check that out because I talk a lot about what I feel like Jupiter is trying to do in your 9th house over this next year and regarding your belief systems and refining that part of your chart. But for the first 3 weeks of June, you just may feel like there is generally more desire to travel, a desire to be more broad-minded, to think about the future more, and to have a broader vision, which is perfect because it's completely in line with what the Sabian symbol of this new moon is about, which I talked about in the beginning of the video and I'll talk about a little bit later. I just want to go through some other things that are happening in the first half of June for you guys because Venus is doing some stuff and Venus is your ruling planet. So on June 4th, there is a Venus cazimi, which means that Venus is joining the sun, and Venus is being purified and amplified by the sun. And since she's your ruling planet, this is a bigger thing for you guys. Because this is happening, ooh, just had a card fall out for you guys. Interesting. Okay. Very interesting. And because this is happening in your 9th house, it could mean that these things are transforming due to a new belief system, or because you're traveling, or because you're just seeing a new, bigger vision for yourself. But regardless of where it's at, a Venus cazimi amplifies harmony, beauty, relationships, art, self-worth whenever it happens. So around June 4th, this might be a great time for relationships or smoothing out anything that's been going on in your relationships, or bringing more harmony into your life, bringing more beauty into your life. And this could mean for you guys, because it's happening in your ninth house, bringing a more harmonious belief system into your life that will improve your outlook. Then on June 6th, we have that new moon conjunct Venus, your ruling planet, in the same house. And so you get to plant a new seed in how you want this new 6-month moon cycle to play out. And then, and I'll talk about that obviously more, then June 8th, Saturn is going to start squaring all of the Gemini planets in your ninth house. And Saturn is in your 6th house right now. So just letting you guys know that Saturn rules the bones, and the 6th house is your health and mind-body connection. So there could be bone issues, there could be injuries, or even joint problems that are coming up during this time. While Saturn is in your 6th house, generally, honestly, until 2026, these are things that you could be seeing more of, and it's been there since March 2023. So that's just a side note. But what I could see kind of happening with this square is that, you know, in the beginning, we talked about how we can look at Saturn transits as opportunities to gain greater consciousness and more integration in our psyche. And it's just that Saturn does that through certain means or channels that can create pain sometimes in our lives. But that pain is what instigates us into desiring free will, and the pain is what pushes us into a place where we want to make changes. And so listen to the beginning of the video if you want a little bit more information about how we can utilize Saturn's square to these Gemini planets in a better way, because what's happening is that Saturn is wanting to bring more emotional maturation to the area of your life that it's in, and the Gemini area of your life too. So we'll talk about that in a second. So Mars is entering Taurus, and it's the last personal planet this year that's moving through Taurus. And you've had a lot of energy in that part of your chart. So that's on the 8th. And so that's going to be in your 8th house. And as soon as it moves into Taurus, it's starting to make a square to Pluto in Aquarius. So this can look like some intense confrontations, some outbursts, if it's not handled with consciousness and reflection. There can be some power struggles, or wanting to dominate other people, or people wanting to dominate you. If you feel yourself getting into a confrontation with someone and you can sense that it's getting bigger than it needs to be, because that's what often happens when these two planets get together, is that things get blown out of proportion and get to an intensity that they don't really need to get to, but it's just because we are harboring these energies inside of us. So I would suggest taking time out, going for a walk, grounding yourself, because Mars is in Taurus, so grounding would be really, really great. Going for a walk, going for a run, going for a hike, doing some yoga, something that feels really grounding before you dispel that energy onto somebody else or having some sort of intense conversation. I definitely don't recommend repressing it though, because it could come out in some other way that's even more unconscious. So if you feel it coming up, it's like, don't ignore it, but how can you use that energy more consciously? Yeah, so I think that's really all I want to talk about with you guys before we move into talking about the new moon, which is conjunct your ruler Venus. So this is happening, like I said, in your 9th house and squaring Saturn in your 6th. So when Saturn's in your 6th house, the 6th house is a house of hard work and sacrifice. So maybe you're sacrificing for something that's preventing you from feeling as expansive as you want to be. Or maybe the inequalities that you're sensing in your day-to-day life or when you're at work could be bringing some pessimism to your belief systems. It could make everything feel kind of heavy. And what's interesting is that this square between Gemini and Pisces continues, because in August and December, Jupiter will square Saturn as well. So this is almost like a foreshadowing to those events, what's happening, especially from like June 6th to June 14th, I think it is, June 12th. From June 6th to June 12th, where these squares are happening, and on the new moon as well, the moon, sun, and Venus will be squaring Saturn on the 6th. It's going to kind of be a loose square, but it's definitely still there. You're going to be feeling some of these energies come up. So when you're thinking about planting a seed in your 9th house, about a belief system that you want to have, a vision for a broader future that you want to have, if you want to go back to school for higher education, or you want to travel abroad, there's something that you want to expand on in your life. But really, to me, the 9th house feels like the house of like hope and optimism, and also travel, and in increasing your experiences to encompass a bigger worldview. So when you're thinking about that, something about your day-to-day life, or your health, or your fitness, or your pets, or your diet, something about your body is causing you to not be able to do the things that you want in the way that you want to do them. Now, how can we use this to our advantage? Because when Saturn is in Pisces, Saturn is trying to teach us about emotional maturity. Pisces is the last water sign. It is the most wise of the water sign, and it wants to use the wisdom for the greater collective. It's a part of the collective unconscious, or collective conscious as well. And so in the beginning of the video, we talk about the Sabian symbol for the 17 degrees of Gemini, talking about the process of maturation or growth from youthful self-involvement to the development of a social conscious, which Libra is huge about, having a social conscious, being aware of what's happening socially in any environment and of the other person in any given moment. So it suggests spiritual growth, self-awareness, and the ability to see the world through the eyes of others, which once again, Libra energy is very good about doing. At its highest, the symbol represents self-integration, broad vision, and wisdom. And on the negative, it could be like a Peter Pan syndrome or an obsession with youthfulness. But the accent is on maturity and expansion of consciousness, and to put selfish concerns aside and focus on the welfare of the whole. So when I'm thinking about your new belief system, the things that you're trying to plant a seed in the 9th house, and Saturn requiring you to take into account your health, your body, whatever you're working hard towards in your day-to-day life, whatever sacrifices you're making, and saying, when you're making these new belief systems, how can you be of service? How can this new belief system be of service to not just you, but everything around you? And how can you have a mentality that is more geared towards the collective rather than just the self? Now, like I said, Libra energy tends to do this naturally, but Libra tends to do this more on one-on-one relationships, or with their friendships. And Saturn in Pisces is asking about being of service, how you can be of service to the collective, to the world. And so it's a little bit bigger than Libras are generally used to. Now, the other thing that Saturn does is it requires us to take responsibility. So something in your 6th house, your day-to-day life, your work environment, your health, during the time that Saturn's been in this house, has been asking for you, how can you take responsibility for this area of your life? And through that process, there is an emotional maturation and growth that has to happen. And this is what you can pull upon when you're thinking about, what kind of vision do I want to have for my future? What kind of plans do I want to set for this new 6-month moon cycle in my 9th house that is beyond and bigger than just what I want or the person in front of me wants, but that how I can be service to a bigger person, to the world at large. Now, while I was talking, this card flew out, and this is very interesting because this is the card that I got for myself when I do my weekly reading. And this is very indicative of the energies that can happen when Gemini and Pisces come together, like they are for the first 2 weeks of June. And then also after that, the Gemini energies will be squaring off with Neptune, which is even more of this. This is the Neptunian card. And what this card represents is many options and a lot of illusions. So deciding which options are going to be actually fruitful and align with the maturation that's happened in your 6th house. So this represents like having a lot of options and not knowing which ones to choose, which is interesting because in the Jupiter and Gemini video, I talked about how there is a refinement that's happening in your belief systems, and Gemini just offers a lot of options, and we need to decide which ones are the ones that are actually based in reality. And that's where I'm talking about the Saturn energy being really helpful for you to draw upon when having opportunities presented to you or having ideas in your mind about how you want to live your life, the systems that you want to govern your life. You draw upon the real life experiences that Saturn is giving you and the emotional maturity and the wisdom to make those decisions. Now, I also want to pull a advice card for Libras. To see what advice we can give for Libra Sun and Rising in the beginning of June and for the new moon in Gemini. Wow, the Lovers, which is a Gemini card. Now, this is interesting, you guys, because you got a major arcana. So this tells me that there is something, this is really interesting. You guys, Libras and Libra risings, you guys have a choice to make. Like, really, because you've got this, which is like options, and then you've got the Gemini card, which is about making a choice. Now, this can also really represent the stuff that I've been talking about, like about Mars moving into your 8th house, which is an area that's been really busy for you regarding shared resources, other people's money. But on the deeper level, this is about sharing sharing emotional depth with somebody else, integrating the you and me into a we, into its own unit. Now, that doesn't mean that the two people cease to exist in their individuality and they become codependent. No, this means that they can be themselves and merge when necessary to make the relationship into a unit. Now, this could mean that during these 2 weeks and during the new moon, you're being given an opportunity because, you know, just after this new moon, Mars moving into your 8th house, you're being given an opportunity to increase intimacy in your life, to bring forth more of you into any union that you're a part of, any deep union you're a part of. So that could definitely be a part of this. But when I see these two cards together, especially, I'm just thinking you guys have a choice to make. This may be a choice in relationships, but because of the energy in your 6th and 9th house, I'm thinking this is the choice that you have to make regarding your job, your day-to-day environment, or even your belief system, travel that you want to do, long distance travel. Maybe there's some choice that you have to make regarding your higher education, your broad vision for the future. But because it's a major arcana card, it tells me that this is quite a bigger deal for you than just like any old week. Like, you know how there's some couple of weeks or weeks that go by and nothing big really happens. This tells me like something's coming to a juncture and you have to decide which way to go. And once again, don't forget to utilize Saturn's energy in order to ground you. Yeah. I think that's all I've got for you guys. So let me know how that resonates down below. And if you like this video, please like and subscribe for more, and I'll see you guys next time. All right, so for my Scorpio sun and rising. Now, there is a lot of energy in your 8th house this month of Gemini, especially in the first half. As we move through this month, Saturn will be adding a little bit of heaviness, and then later on Neptune. Now, this video, we're not going to talk about the squares to Neptune, but we will talk about the squares to Saturn for sure. So let's talk about some other transits before we talk about the new moon, okay? On June 2nd, Jupiter in Gemini in your 8th will be in trine to your ruler, Pluto in Aquarius in your 4th house. Now, Pluto Aquarius is going to be changing up a lot of transformation in your home and in your internal home of your emotional foundations, your inner child, your deep roots that you have in your feeling of safety and your internal home, pretty much. Now, this is more of a collective transit, but for you guys, I just think it's very interesting. There's going to be definitely some changes in your home, and this is going to be a longer transit, but it's like you're setting the beginnings of some sort of new way of being intimate with others in deep bonds. And that's somehow feeding into the changes that you're making internally and within your physical home. So let's see. Now on June 4th, Mercury conjuncts Jupiter in Gemini in your 8th house. You may get some positive news about a joint venture at this time, or some sort of optimism in your bonds in your deep bonds with other people, your intimacy with other people. You could even get some good news regarding some sort of money coming from outside of you. So like I said, joint ventures, or your partner may be getting some money, or you may be getting an inheritance or a tax refund or something like that. And then on the same day, there is going to be a Venus Cazimi, where there could be kind of like it's amplified Venusian energy. So amplification on beauty, harmony, art, self-worth. And if you're in a relationship, it could be some sort of a rebirth happening within that relationship. Even if you're not in a relationship, this could be some sort of a rebirth, a transformation in your relationships when Venus goes through the rays of the sun. Then June 6th, we have the new moon happening in your 8th house with Venus there, squaring Saturn, that's in your 5th house. And then we have on June 8th, Mars entering Taurus, your 7th house. Now, we've had a lot of energy in that 7th house. Recently, we've talked about that in the previous Jupiter conjunct Uranus and new moon in Taurus videos. But Mars, whenever a planet enters your 7th house, it could bring up some sort of like fighting or arguments with other people, for sure, especially if you're in a relationship or a business partnership. But the 7th house is the other on an equal basis, so it could really just bring more like fighting in general, which doesn't have to be conflict, doesn't have to be bad, right? It's just how are you moving through the conflict. Or you could be like fighting for your relationship or fighting for some sort of contract, maybe fighting hard if you're in a business to get someplace. What also can happen whenever something enters our 7th house is that the other person could be coming across very Martian. So this could be your partner, but it could also just be other people in general. You may be attracting more Martian people to you, so people who are more action oriented. There could be more hostility and anger towards you, more frustration towards you. And what this is asking for us is to integrate, when it's showing up outside of ourselves, it's an invitation and an opportunity for us to integrate those energies into ourselves. Because if we are not allowing ourselves to feel those energies, then it's going to show up outside of ourselves. What's interesting about this is that as soon as it moves into Taurus, it's going to start forming a square to Pluto in your 4th house. So this is why I could see there's some tension if you guys are living with a marriage partner, or living with someone you have a very deep relationship with, like a best friend or something. I could definitely see that there might be some fighting, some intense energies going on, some sort of power struggles going on around the 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th of June. Now, if you can harness this energy in a way that's productive and invigorating rather than destructive and excessively explosive, then it can be really great into starting something new in your home life, in your internal emotional life, or within your relationships. So the best way to do this, in my opinion, because Mars is in Taurus, is doing something that's very grounding for you. Or because Pluto's in Aquarius, if you're in some sort of a group, like group chat or some sort of a club or like group therapy or something, where you can get different perspectives before it leading to some sort of explosive time in your life, rather than letting that anger kind of come out in an outburst. using it as constructively as possible so that it helps you and others rather than hurts you and others. So that's something to be aware of. Now, let's talk about the new moon that's happening in Gemini, conjuncting Venus in your 8th house, squaring Saturn from your 5th. Now, the new moon is an opportunity for you to plant a new seed and start a new 6-month cycle in the 8th house of your chart. If you're in a relationship, even if you're not in a relationship, but you want to be in a relationship, the 8th house is a very deep house. So maybe things have been changing because there's been all this energy in your 7th house. There's been changes in your relationships or in how you relate to others. Now, when we're moving to the next step of this, and you're talking about deep, intimate bonding, sharing those emotions with another on a deep psychic level, deep emotional level, it feels like, okay, let me just try to re-explain this. There's been a lot of changes in your 7th house because of all this, energy in Taurus that we've had in there. It's not quite done yet. But now you're giving an opportunity because of what you learned there to move forward on a deeper level of bonding with other people in a way that is completely different, because Gemini gives you options. So these options can come externally, right? So somebody could be giving you options of a new way to bond with them, or you could be having these ideas yourself. And this is beautiful, right? Because, Scorpio sun and rising, you guys are, I always say this, but you guys are no stranger to transformation. And this is happening in your 8th house of transformation, of deep psychological change, emotional and psychological change. So during this new moon, you can decide that you want to move forward because it's conjuncting Venus as well. So this is just very much giving relationship energy. Like I said, even if you're not in a relationship or a business partnership, this is you. If you want to ever be in a relationship of any kind, like best friend, business partnership, or a marriage, or a long-term relationship, this is giving you an opportunity to say, are there any blocks in me that are creating a difficult time from me being able to connect with people in a way that I want to on a deep level? Now, where I think that the difficulties arising from is your 5th house, where you have Saturn. Now, in the beginning of this video, I talk about how we can best utilize Saturn transits and Saturn in general, so that we can see it as an opportunity to expand our consciousness. We can see it as an opportunity to activate our desire for free will by taking radical responsibility because the pain is too much. So this is Saturn's in your 5th house, and it's squaring all this Gemini energy in your 8th house. So some of you guys are getting really serious about, Saturn's wanting you to get serious about some sort of creative hobby, some sort of passion that you have in life, the way that you have fun, the way that you engage in love and romance. It's less off the cuff and more calculated in a good way. There's more structure to it. At least that's what Saturn is wanting of you. And depending on how much work you've done, you're going to experience this square to the Gemini energy in your 8th house differently. So this to me really feels like a desire to expand and grow within joint ventures, working with other people on a deep level, maybe even sharing finances, and your romance, love, creativity, hobbies, and passion. They may seem like they're at odds right now, and they very well may be on the outside. So your job is to ask, why are they at odds? And not in a way that brings us into a mode of victimhood, but in a way that creates a sense of radical self-responsibility of what you can do. So here's one example. It's like, if something's not working, because Scorpio is a fixed sign, right? So they tend to do things a certain way and continue to do them a certain way, because that's what fixed energy likes to do. And even though Scorpio is very much about transformation, it's not like it wants it all the time. It just feels like it's almost like has to do it all the time. And so if something's not going your way regarding these 8th and 5th house matters, they're not working out, you're not getting money, either like you're not getting money to do the hobbies that you want to do, or like to really make some sort of passion your job, or your desire for entertainment, fun, romance, playfulness is somehow inhibiting you from getting money from other people, or inhibiting you from going deeper, because the 5th house is the house of fun. It is romance and dating, but it's much more lighthearted than the 8th house, which is about deep bonding. So there's some sort of tension in between these two, and you're being asked, how can you be emotionally mature enough in the 5th house matters, so that they're not, so that the choices that you're making in the 8th house matters, the seeds that you're planting for this new moon are not based off something frivolous. And you're making sure that whatever seed you're planting is something that you can commit to in the long term. And I think this is going to be something very new for you guys. I think that a lot of Scorpio Sun and risings are going through a period of time where they're having to really change the way that they bond with other people, or how they view joint ventures, how they view joint emotional ventures and financial ventures. Now I want to get a tarot card for you guys to give you some advice, so how you guys can move forward in planting a new seed in your 8th house of how you want to work with other people on a deeper level, on an emotional level. And this could even be like a desire to study more psychology about yourself, because there's also some 4th house Pluto stuff going on. So like maybe you guys are getting more into psychology in order to deal with some of the transformation that's being asked of you internally. Yeah, I could definitely see that. Because anything that works on a transformational basis on the psyche can be in the 8th house. So psychology, astrology, tarot, anything. I mean, you could say even like hypnotherapy, which generally falls under the 12th house, but it's working deep in the psyche. So that could be a place where you guys are wanting to plant a new seed about learning more about that, because of the pressures of Saturn in your 5th house. So what can we tell Scorpio Sun and rising, maybe even Scorpio Moon, for this new moon and the first half of June? This card wants to come out. King of Swords. Interesting. I got this for Geminis. And Ace of Pentacles. Okay, so the King of Swords is... We talk about Saturn and Pisces being emotional maturity, and the King of Swords is a mature version of the swords. So what do the swords represent? It's communication, it's thoughts, it's the mental realm. So maybe the way that you guys are communicating within relationships or with like business partners, when you're in joint ventures with somebody in a deeply intimate setting, the relationship is asking of you to bring more maturity in the way that you communicate. Yeah, there's something about communication for you guys that is coming through that is asking to have more emotional wisdom, more maturity involved in this. And the Ace of Pentacles is really great because this tells me that there is new money to be had. There is new ideas to be had about making money. Especially if you're working with other people, this feels like if you can harness some of that emotional maturity, then the new ideas can prosper. You can be getting help, financial help from someone. Look, someone's offering a pentacle. And this kind of fits in perfectly with the eighth house stuff, because this is generally, for me, whenever I see it come up, is some sort of a job offer, But it doesn't have to be. It can be an idea that you have about a project. So like I said, maybe the Saturn in your 5th house is like also causing you to have to restructure something regarding love, romance, creativity, hobbies, passion. And yeah, that's what I feel. But the reward is there. The reward is there. And just watch how you're communicating and make sure that you know, there's a way of being direct, but also diplomatic, right? And not letting the anger and frustration get to you because you've got Mars also entering your 7th house. And like I talked about that a little bit already. So yeah, let me know how that resonates for you guys. Please like and subscribe if you like videos like this, and I'll see you guys next time, Scorpios. All right, so Sagittarius, Sun and Rising. Now, I talked about earlier that you guys may be one of the signs that are going to be feeling the activations a little bit more because of everything happening in your 7th and 4th house, and because that energy obviously will be squaring and opposing your sign. Jupiter, your ruler, is now in Gemini. I made a video all about that, so make sure to check that out. I will link it down below in the description. And then now you have all these planets moving into your 7th house, and it's like, okay, the beginning of the month could be a great time, depending on what other placements you have, for you to take advantage of having all this energy in your 7th house. Now, when I say that, this can show up in 2 different ways. This can show up physically, that there's a lot of people outside of you. You're having a lot of opportunity, a lot of options about who you want to date, who you want to be in a relationship with, how you want to relate to others. And it could also mean that, you know, you're attracting a lot of people. If you are attracting a lot of people into your life, it could be a sign that there is some energy that needs to be integrated into yourself. Whenever we have 7th house transits, it can bring that aspect out of us in relationships, or it could bring people into our lives to help us balance our internal selves to integrate that energy more. So if you have Saturn in the 7th house, for example, and you bring people who are limiting and harsh into your life, it's because, well, there's a level of there's something inside of you that is asking you to be more discerning about what you allow. And so instead of you doing it, you're bringing people into your life that will kind of impose that on you, and then you can look out and blame other people, or you can take responsibility of the situation. So that's the way I always look at 7th house transit. So you've got a lot of energy in your 7th house until like June 20th, when things start moving into Cancer. So this is a great time for you guys to really focus on, if you're in a relationship, focusing on the relationship, how you're relating to that person in a relationship or business partnership or deep friendship, and whether or not you like that, because Gemini gives you choices. And if you're not in any relationship that you're, you know, dealing with, then you are really going to spend this time focusing on still the same thing as of like, how do you want to show up in relationships? How do you want to relate to other people? There's going to be a lot of emphasis on relationships, whether that's in the mind or in the actual physical reality. That's where the focus is at in the first few weeks of June. Now, that's the Gemini stuff. And then you've also got Saturn in Pisces in your 4th house that's going to be squaring this on and off, and I'll get to that in a little bit. I just want to see what else I want to talk about. So on June 4th, Mercury conjuncts Jupiter, your ruling planet, in Gemini in your 7th house, the same day that you have a Venus cazimi, or Venus conjunct Sun, in Gemini. So you've got Mercury conjuncting Jupiter in Gemini and Sun conjuncting Venus in Gemini in your 7th house. So this could be a really great time for some sort of rebirth or transformation regarding your relationships, bringing, and to me, it's like peak Venus energy. So this could be a really beautiful day to smooth out relationships. If you've been having difficulty in relationships, or you had a confrontation with somebody, this would be a great day to bring some harmony and optimism into that relationship or that conversation or that situation, because not only is Mercury, your words and your thoughts, getting a hit from Jupiter, but also the Sun conjunct Venus is amplifying the Venusian energies of harmony, love, beauty, relationships, relating to others, self-worth, self-esteem. Then you've got the new moon at 16 degrees Gemini, conjunct Venus, squaring Saturn. And then you've got Mars entering Taurus in your 6th house on June 8th, and then almost immediately starting to square Pluto in Aquarius, which is in your in your 3rd house. So that is very interesting. In the beginning of the video, I talk more about this energy, the Mars square Pluto, but generally what I could see this as is you've already had a ton of energy in your 6th house with all of the Jupiter, Uranus conjunctions and all the other planets that conjuncted Uranus, and then Mars will also do that soon as well, I believe in July. But what I could see happening is that when around June 11th, when Mars is in Taurus in your 6th house, squaring Pluto in Aquarius in your 3rd house, there's a lot going on in your immediate environments. And I could see some power struggles happening either within your immediate environment. So like your cousins, siblings, people you live with, your neighbors, you could be having an issue with your neighbors. And then with Mars in Taurus in the 6th house, it could also be having some struggles, confrontations, power struggles with people at your job. Or, it's really people at your job is where I could see that happening. Or, it's also like running errands. So like, running an errand and then having a secretary that it just feels like there's a confrontation, or a worker at a store or something like that. But it is generally like your more immediate environment that those are affecting. And like I talked about in the beginning of the video, definitely making sure that you're grounding yourself during that time will be important because Mars is in Taurus. So, when if you're feeling very activated, Mars likes movement, so go moving somewhere, and Taurus is the earth, so ground yourself, walk around on some grass, lay down in grass, do some yoga, go hiking, go for a walk, rather than exploding on somebody. Put that energy into use that is probably more effective and probably a little bit more aligned with who you want to be, rather than having an explosive burst of anger or something. Now, if that's not the case, then Mars square Pluto could honestly just be invigorating you to take some action in your life, whether that's in your, maybe you're driving a lot in your immediate environment, like taking a lot of short trips, running a lot of errands, or you are doing a lot at work, or just being really, there's a lot of action towards your work, or getting a new job, or hanging out with your coworkers, or something to do with the energy of work. I think that's it. Okay, so let's talk about the new moon that's happening on June 6th. Conjunct Venus in Gemini, square Saturn. So like I said before, the Gemini energy is in your 7th house, Saturn is in your 4th. And in the beginning of the video, I talk about how to best deal with Saturn transits in a way that feels effective and opportunistic, rather than self-defeating and being a victim. Saturn inflicts pain. Okay, that's just what happens generally. Now, if you're a super self-evolved human, you're very reflective, and you deal with Saturn influence well, you might not always feel the pain when Saturn's transiting a part of your chart. For you guys, this is in the house of your home. So your home life, or your inner home, your roots, your deep emotional foundation, your inner child, your relationship with your mother could be affected during this time. And all this energy, the moon, sun, and Venus in your 7th house are asking for something new during this new moon, for you to plant a new seed in how you relate to other people. But you can't do that if you're not taking care of you, if you're not taking care of your deep inner world and any childhood wounds you have. So what I can see for a lot of Sagittarius sun and rising is that during this time, there are some emotional patterns, some deeply embedded emotional patterns and foundations, probably from childhood, that are afflicting your ability to show up in relationships in a way that you want to, or to attract the relationship that you want, because you can't attract someone who's aligned with you if you're running off of old patterns that no longer work for you. Or maybe your relationship with your mom or your father, because it's Saturn. So Saturn in the 4th house, generally the 4th house is the mom, but Saturn is the father figure. So this could be either a relationship with your mom or your dad and some sort of trauma that occurred during childhood because of that is afflicting and affecting your ability to relate to other people or to have the relationships you want. And so in this new moon, you have an opportunity to take the emotional wisdom that Saturn in Pisces is trying to give you regarding this fourth house stuff and set a new intention in your relationships that is better aligned to where you are going with Saturn in the fourth house, right? So making a decision and setting a intention that in your relationships, like this is just an example, like in your relationships or in the current relationships you have, that these are the patterns I no longer want to follow and repeat. And because Saturn's in the fourth house, it's like, well, what are we going to do to make sure that this isn't a repeating thing in my life? Because you've got so much energy in your seventh house. And like I said, Jupiter's in there until next year. So it's like, there's a lot of focus for you to be focused on relating to others and relationships. But Saturn is like, because in August and December, Saturn will square Jupiter in Gemini. So this is like a little bit of a foreshadowing of what could come up then. And also could be August and December could be checkpoints to see how you're making movement along these two axes in regards to where you are now and where you want to go. Because in the beginning of the video, I talked about the Sabian symbol for 17 degrees of Gemini, which is that it speaks to the process of maturation or growth from youthful self-involvement to the development of a social conscious. It's about self-integration, broad vision, and wisdom. The accent is on maturity and expansion of consciousness. It's time to put selfish concerns aside and focus on the welfare of the world. Your greatest advantage lies in looking to the future to what you can expect to experience if you continue in your present direction or your current course of action. And it says to guard against relying on others to take care of your needs or handle your responsibilities. So this is amazing because, if you're just looking to jump to the next relationship to take care of your needs, Saturn in the fourth house is not going to let that happen because that's superficial. You're not really getting to the root cause of what's actually happening. And Saturn doesn't like superficial. It wants you to bring meaning into things. It wants you to ask why on a deep level. And in Pisces, this is emotional wisdom that you are learning in this life during this time. And you cannot disregard that right now. I mean, you can, you have free will, but where is that going to take you? It's going to take you down the same path that you've been on, and I have a feeling that you don't want to go down that path. Now, like I said, if you're a very highly evolved Sagittarius, maybe you do want to go on the path that you're on. You think your relationships are going fantastic, and the new moon will just give you a chance to reiterate that. But I have a feeling that because of Gemini giving you all these new perceptions and options to choose from, you want to do something different. Even if it's not hugely different, it's not a 180, but it's like 30 degrees different. You want to just augment and adjust a little bit because you want things to change to align with this new emotional wisdom that you're gathering internally. So, let me know how that resonates for you guys. Now, we're going to pull a tarot card as well to see if we can get an advice for Sagittarius sun rising, maybe moon as well, for the new moon in Gemini. I'm going to take that one out. And for the first half of June, because we're going to have a lot of reoccurring themes. Okay. Now, this is interesting. You got the Five of Swords, and I'm just trying to think because you got the Five of Swords, and then you also got the Seven of Pentacles. So let me talk about the Seven of Pentacles first. This is an energy of working towards something and feeling like it's moving along really slowly. You're feeling, this feels like Saturn working here. Like, you're like, I'm doing the work, I'm doing the inner work, and I'm not getting to where I want to go. And it's like, yes, I understand your frustration. And I just ask, like, you know, number one, look at what you have accomplished. Even if it's not what exactly you wanted or how far you wanted to go, look to what you have accomplished and be proud of yourself for that. It's not easy to work on these deep emotional wounds that we have. So look at what you've been doing, and also, like, I hate saying just have patience, but also, like, keep chugging along, keep working, because Saturn's not done yet. Saturn's not done in your 4th house yet. You still have a good year and a half left of that. I think it goes back into Aries a little bit and then goes back into Pisces and, you know, goes back and forth, but it won't really leave till January 2026. So you're not quite there yet. And this is the slow work of Saturn, but it's deep and it lasts. And that's what Saturn wants. It doesn't want the superficial. Now, this to me, it feels very much like, okay, so in the Sabian Symbol, it talks about, you know, the growth from youthful self-involvement to the development of social conscious. Now, there's a lot of meanings to this, but to me, it feels like, okay, fine, you may be feeling deception from other people. You may be deceiving somebody unconsciously. You're maybe deceiving yourself unconsciously. But this to me feels like you're like, you've been looking out for yourself for a really long time. And that's not a bad thing, you know, especially when we've got Saturn in the 4th, there's like this like rigidity in the emotional nature sometimes, this limitation, these, like obstructions and limitations, whether internally or because of someone outside of us putting those limitations on us. And this feels like there's a need to look after yourself. And I just want you to ask yourself if that's helping you or not. If that's helping you get to where you want to go in your relationships. Maybe it is. I don't know. Maybe you want to continue that. Maybe you do this like protective feeling that you have regarding your inner world and your thoughts. Maybe that's good for you. You could also use this energy of being like more strategic regarding what you're doing, because Saturn is kind of about strategy. So when this new moon comes about and you're making intentions for this new 6-month cycle, you could be more strategic about how you want to go forward in healing your inner child and how you want to show up in relationships, because it's in your 7th house. So write down exactly what you want. Write down exactly, and not just what you want in somebody else, what you want and expect out of yourself. And how are you going to get there? Because the thing is like, so often we're looking outside of ourselves for integration to attract a person who's this way and that way, when really we're wanting that for ourselves. And it's not until we can find it in ourselves to some degree that someone can come along that can bring that also into our lives, but not in a way that we feel dependent on them to do so. Okay? So yeah, let me know how that resonates for you guys, and like and subscribe if you like content like this, and I will see you guys next time. All right, so for Capricorn Sun and Rising, there is going to be a lot of focus this month on your day-to-day activities, your health, your diet, fitness, and your work environment, because that is what Gemini rules in your chart. Now, in my Jupiter and Gemini video, we already talked about this, and I'll link that video down below so you can listen to that if you haven't already for your year ahead of having Jupiter and Gemini. And I think that you will see in the first half of the month where you are in terms of that as well. Jupiter expands what it touches, so if your habits and health are not doing well, then it may come up strongly for you now so that you can see it and refine it. And the new moon in Gemini would be a fantastic time for you guys to start a new health regimen, a new job, a new diet, or just to decide to focus on being healthier overall, like really taking care of the body that's ruled by, the house is ruled by Virgo, which is an earth sign, but Virgo, it really bridges the gap between mind and body and really rules like, what are you wanting internally, and how do you feel internally, and how are you living externally? So mindfulness could be really big for some Capricorns out there, yoga, meditation. But overall, I feel like the new moon would be awesome for you guys if you guys want to start like a new lifestyle, a new diet, a new exercise routine. I also mentioned in that video that the 6th house is a house of hard work and sacrifice for a worthy cause. So this cause may be showing itself more clearly to you until June 20th when you have all this stuff in Gemini, especially the first week or two. By June 8th, Venus in Gemini will be squared by Saturn in Pisces, which is currently in your 3rd house. And as I mentioned in the intro, did I mention in the intro? I should have. I hope I did. This could be kind of a preview or a beginning of something that's going to be worked upon throughout Jupiter and Gemini, because in August and December, Saturn will be squaring Jupiter and Gemini, and Saturn's going to be squaring Sun, Moon, and Venus. Sun, Moon, Venus, and Mercury in Gemini during this month. So we're getting kind of like a foreshadowing. And when we talk about the things that happen in August and December, when I make those videos, I'll probably refer back to during this time to see kind of what was going on, because it may be related. So something about your immediate environments is definitely up for change this year. So whether that's your 3rd house stuff, which is Saturn, so your communication, your how you live your day-to-day life, your writing, your relationship with your siblings and cousins and neighbors, or your work environment as well, your fitness, health routines, all those things, something is definitely up for a change this year. And you're going to get a lot of options and opportunities to change that. So let's see, what do we want to talk about before we talk about the new moon for you guys? So I do want to say that on June 4th, this is going to be a really great day, I think, to take the opportunity to bring some harmony into your relationships, because we've got Sun conjunct Venus, so it's a Venus cazimi, and the Venusian energies are amplified during this time. So relationships, harmony, beauty, self-worth, love. And then on the same day, Mercury conjuncts Jupiter in Gemini in your 6th house. So this would be a great time to have an idea about how to move forward with your new health routines or whatever new job that you're getting, because Jupiter gives a dose of optimism and allows you to see the bigger vision and to get you kind of more excited about something in your life. So it just feels like a more optimistic day. You could be smoothing out any kind of like relationship issues that you're having, or communication issues, especially within relationships. June 4th seems like a really beautiful day to utilize that energy. So Mars will enter Taurus in your 5th house on June 8th, and then almost immediately start squaring Pluto in Aquarius in your 2nd house. So I talked about this in the beginning of the video, but Mars squaring Pluto can oftentimes show some sort of struggle. For you guys, it could be in your job because it's the 2nd house, or it could be in romance and love affairs, or with your children. There could be some tensions bubbling up. There could be some power struggles. Now, we can use this energy for good and use it towards, invigorating a sense of taking action in our lives in the 5th house areas. So love, romance, creativity, hobbies, children, joy, entertainment, fun. Or it can turn into more of some sort of domination or power struggles happening, or outbursts of anger with other people. So I talked about this, but it's like focusing on grounding that energy, or, talking to your friends to blow off steam rather than directly talking to the person right away would be really good for you guys. And especially because you got all this new Gemini energy going on around this time, working out for you. Like if you're feeling heated, go for a walk, go for a run, go for a bike, go hiking, go outside, ground yourself, put your feet on the ground, on the earth, and really allow yourself to bring some movement into the body to release some of that energy, rather than putting it towards an argument or allowing it to bubble up inside of you and then explode. Very, very likely when Mars and Pluto square, that confrontations get a lot bigger than they need to. So, you know, if that energy happens, it happens, but the more stability and groundedness we can bring into that situation, the better, right? I think that's it. And I kind of do want to go into the new moon. So the new moon's happening at 16 degrees Gemini, conjunct Venus in your 6th house, and it's squaring Saturn, your ruler, in your 3rd house. Now, we've been talking a lot about your guys' communication because of Saturn's placement in Pisces. And because Saturn is your ruler, there is definitely more weight to its transits. Now, that being said, it's going to be squaring all of this stuff. So you're going to feel quite activated, especially in the first couple weeks of this month. That doesn't have to be a bad thing though, right? Like if you can use that constructively, then it's actually amazing to have Saturn used constructively. In the beginning of this video, I talked about how to utilize Saturn transits or just Saturn energy. You are ruled by Saturn. Please watch that part of the video if you haven't already, because it's so important for us to understand why Saturn acts the way that it does and why we feel that there is pain inflicted upon us during Saturnian transits. It's not just to hurt you. And when Saturn is in Pisces, it's asking an emotional wisdom to be brought into the way we speak, the words we say, the thoughts we have internally and externally. Well, externally would be communication, but the thoughts we have internally, the words we write, you know, like communication isn't just spoken word. How are we interacting with our immediate environment? That is it coming from a place of emotional wisdom or not? And the interesting thing is that the Sabian symbol for 17 degrees Gemini is actually very similar to that. So I talked about this in the beginning of the video too, but I'll just repeat it. It says, this symbol speaks to the process of maturation or growth from youthful self-involvement to the development of a social conscience. This degree implies the physical and mental well-being are the result of a well-rounded and very practical grounding in the everyday world of fact. This symbol represents self-integration, broad vision, and wisdom. Or on the negative side, it's a simple refusal to grow up, which Saturn does not like. And him being a ruling planet, I know you don't like that either. The accent is on maturity and expansion of consciousness. It's time to put selfish concerns aside and focus on the welfare of the whole. Your greatest advantage lies in looking to the future and to what you can expect to experience if you continue in your present direction or course of action. Guard against relying on others to take care of your needs or to handle your responsibilities. So, this really is important because it's like you are being shown the weight and what happens when you do not take responsibility for your communication skills. And that's within, you know, your immediate environment, but also now it's bleeding into your health and your work environment. So it's not just the home that you need to be aware of because, you know, you got North Node in the 4th house as well. It's also now, because you've got the 6th house energy connected to it, it's also within your job. It's going to definitely start bleeding over if you are not being emotionally mature in the way that you communicate, in the way that you know is emotionally wise. You know, sometimes it's like we can know in our heads that what is emotionally wise, but it's not integrated. And this is about integration. So when this new moon happens on June 6th, it's an opportunity for you to start, yes, a new habit, a new, health routine, a new way of living your day-to-day life. And also it could have something to do with pets, you know, like a new way of dealing with pets if you want, because the 6th house governs pets. But also don't forget that the Saturn square from your 3rd house is asking you to make sure that you're showing, how can you show up in a way that you know intellectually is emotionally mature and speaking in a way that coincides with that. Okay, so now for Capricorn, Sun, and Rising, let's see if we can get a tarot card for some advice for the first half of June and the new moon in Gemini. Okay. That one flipped over. Let me get one other one. Interesting, you guys. Okay, how are my Capricorn, Sun, and Risings feeling right now? Let me know down in the comments below. I got some interesting cards here. So, okay. We've got the 5 of Pentacles and the 10 of Wands. So, when we have planets occupying the 6th house, sometimes it can feel like this. The 6th house, like I mentioned, is the house of hard work and sacrifice. And so generally Jupiter in there isn't, and all these other planets like Mercury, Sun, Moon, Venus aren't, well, the Sun a little bit, but they're not long transit. So generally we don't feel like this, but something is telling me you guys are feeling burdened with something. You guys are feeling like you have a lot of responsibility on your shoulders. Now, being Saturnian as you are, you may feel that way quite often because Saturn does kind of put you in a position where you often have to take responsibility for other people. Yeah, it's interesting because it's like for most signs, we're talking about Saturn like having to take more responsibility for their lives. And it feels like you already feel the weight of responsibility on your shoulders. Now, the thing is with Capricorn, Sun, and Rising is that you can feel the weight of the responsibility on your shoulders and yet still not, because the pressure feels too much. Sometimes it's like you guys don't actually move, which you guys are a cardinal sign, so you like movement, but sometimes you just feel the pressure and there's almost like a buckling under the pressure. It's too intense. It's too much pressure. And so it doesn't come out in constructive ways. And then when I see the 5 of Pentacles, it's telling me that there's a poverty mindset right now. Like you guys are feeling like a lack of abundance, which is very interesting. Very interesting. Man, you guys, I feel like the Saturn and Pisces in your 3rd house is really bringing some heaviness into your mindset, a lot of pessimism into your mindset. And now you've got all this energy in your 6th house. It feels like my Capricorn, Sun, and Risings, maybe you guys are overworking yourself during this first half of June and during the new moon as well, which is the first half of June. It feels like you have too much on your plate. And like I said in the beginning of this video, when Gemini comes up, and especially for people like Aries and you guys who have this energy in your 3rd and 6th house, it can cause a lot of busyness in the life. It can cause a lot of like having a lot of things to do, having, and not having a chance to just sit down and be like, okay, like this is what we're doing. It's just like, like here, I gotta go here, I gotta do this, I gotta do that. And it seems like for you guys, maybe you guys are just overwhelmed right now, taking on too much responsibilities and feeling like pessimistic too, like not feeling that there is like a light at the end of the tunnel, that there is help if you need it. Okay, here's what I'm getting. For a lot of people, I'm saying take responsibility. Saturn wants you to take responsibility. Now, I'm not going to say that that's not what Saturn wants you to do for you as well, because it does. It feels like you guys are taking too much responsibility and not asking other people for help. This is like the need of and this is good because in a sense, when I see this card, I know it says that you've had a lot of responsibility. You felt burdensome. But the thing is that this is a 10. So it means that it's completing. And so, there is rest to be had, but you're currently in a phase where you're feeling really overworked. And you need to maybe delegate some of these things that you're going through to other people. And this Saturn in your 3rd house feels like it's bringing some sort of a negative mindset onto you guys. The heaviness is just like I said, it feels like there's no light at the end of the tunnel. And I'm here to tell you that there for sure is. And part of that is you. You know, regardless of what transits are happening, you can make a conscious decision to get help if you need it. Get help. If you're feeling overburdened, ask for help. Take something off your plate. Like, nothing is that important. Just look and see, like, what are the absolutely important things that need to be on my plate right now, that I need to get done. And if something is inconsequential, leave it aside for now. Leave it aside for a time when you're feeling a little bit more up to it. Some of you guys may even be feeling this poverty mindset that, like, actually in your material life. Like, maybe you're feeling that you don't have enough money, that there's a lack of money. And so I'm feeling like you guys may not even actually have a lack of money, but it may feel like that because it's not as much as you want. Or, you know, it could be totally just an actual lack of physical resources like money. And once again, it comes down to, like, do you have anybody to ask for help? Because what happens a lot of times with Capricorns is they forget that other people can help them. They get, like, into this state of being where they're the helpers and they're the ones that everybody relies on. And it's like, well, sometimes you need help too. So if you do need financial help, or if you do need help with having too much on your plate, I think this message right here is to reach out to others. And Gemini gives you opportunities. So maybe this is allowing you to expand your idea of who you can ask for help, how you can ask for help, how you can lighten the load a little bit. It's giving you more ideas of how you can do that rather than staying in this burdened poverty mindset right now. So Capricorns, I'd love to know how this resonates for you guys. Let me know down in the comments below, and like and subscribe if you like content like this, okay? And I'll see you guys next time. All right, so my Aquarius, Sun and Rising, what is going on for you guys? Let's see here. So this month, there is a lot of energy in your 5th house, especially in the first half of the month. So you're going to have the opportunity to have some fun, let loose, relax, and maybe have some romance and dating. And as the month moves on, we've got Saturn sobering things up a bit. And this is kind of like a preview or a foreshadowing to the Jupiter square Saturn transits that we'll have later this year in August and December. And Saturn is your co-ruler. So these things are going to impact you and Capricorn in that way a little bit more. You're going to definitely be feeling that. Now, I made a video about Jupiter and Gemini. I'll link that down below in the description so you can check that out to see what this energy has in store for you. But generally, I feel like I've been very excited for this energy for you guys. I feel like it's a very welcomed energy. And like I said, in the first week, for sure, there is definitely some lightness, an ideal time to socialize because you've got Mercury in Gemini, which is its home sign, and then it conjuncts Jupiter in Gemini on the 4th, which is bringing some optimism and joy in our communication, in our mind, and our mindsets and our thoughts. And on the same day, on June 4th, you've got Sun conjuncting Venus, or Venus Cazimi in Gemini in your 5th house. So just a really great time for harmonious interactions in dating, love, relationships, in, you know, a time for you to immerse yourself in creativity and your passions and hobbies, and just bringing more beauty, art, and love into your life. Like that June 4th seems like a really nice day to smooth things over if there's been any discord anywhere in your life, especially within relationships, or to just bring more fun and harmony into your love life and into your creativity and passions in life, like passion projects. Or even if you have children, of course, that is another area in your life that you can bring some harmony and love into during this time for sure. Then June 6th, we've got the new moon in Gemini, conjunct Venus, square Saturn. And Saturn is currently in your 2nd house. And then from June 8th to June 12th, we'll see Venus squaring Saturn, Sun squaring Saturn, and Mercury squaring Saturn as well. So kind of we'll group those in for this video when I talk about the new moon, because yes, we can go through and talk about what each of the planets are talking about when they square Saturn, but there's a general consensus or a general theme that comes up when we have planets squaring Saturn. And on the new moon, we've got the Sun, Moon, and Venus squaring Saturn. So we're getting kind of a preview anyways of what's to come in the following days when we have that new moon. And then we've got, I do want to talk about for you guys, we've got Mars entering Taurus, which is your 4th house, which we've talked about quite a bit. And almost immediately as it moves into your 4th house, it's going to be forming a square to Pluto in your 1st house. So this is definitely can cause some tension and power struggles within the home. And you know, in the beginning part of this video, I talk about how we can use that energy more constructively by either, because Pluto's Aquarius in your sign, by talking to people in groups, like maybe in group therapy or your friends groups, talking things out before like having some sort of explosion out in, you know, in some sort of argument and letting it fester inside until it explodes. And also using the Taurus energy, the Mars and Taurus energy, to ground if you're feeling like confrontations are getting really heated, or you're feeling very strongly about something, about some sort of power struggle, or some sort of, so you're feeling like someone's trying to dominate you, especially inside the home, or you're feeling like the need to control them or dominate them. If you're feeling those things come up, grounding yourself in, you know, going outside and putting your feet on the earth, doing some yoga, moving your body in a way like hiking or running or walking or biking or something like that, that will allow you to kind of release that energy in a bodily way, because it's Mars and Taurus. It's very earthy and body oriented. So those would be a lot better than what I could see as the alternative, which could be, you know, like I said, some tense confrontations with people, and you guys trying to assert control over the other. And because it's in angular houses for you, this is like you and people that you live with, you know, your mom, or this could be very internal for you regarding your emotional foundations, your inner child, and the outlook that you're trying to have on your life, feeling at odds, and you just feeling so much pent up frustration and anger and just, you know, just a lot of like, it's not depth, but it's almost like you could be feeling just a lot of intense emotions internally. And so find constructive ways, if that's the case, regardless of if it's outside of you or within you, to use this energy in a way from like June 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th-ish. If you feel like coming up, it'll be the strongest on the 11th, but you might start feeling it a little bit before that. Find constructive ways of releasing that energy, even if it's not grounding through the body, you know, journaling or something. I think that's all I wanted to talk about before we talk about the new moon that's happening in Gemini in your 5th house, squaring Saturn in Pisces in your 2nd house. So this to me feels like you've got this opportunity to start something new in your 5th house of creativity, hobbies, romance, love, dating, how you entertain yourself, how you have fun, your children. You have this opportunity to start this new 6-month cycle in that area of your chart. And by sign, it's being supported by Jupiter. And what Saturn is doing by squaring it from Pisces in your 2nd house is asking that whatever new seed that you're planting in that 5th house is supported by emotional wisdom and emotional maturity that you are gaining in your finances. So maybe you've had a history of dealing with 5th house matters, so like love, romance, creativity, hobby, your children, in a way that's not as emotionally mature as the rest of you is, if that makes sense. So like that area of your chart is ruled by Gemini. Gemini is fun, Gemini is light, Gemini is breezy, it's go with the flow, it's like very perceptive, like let's just see what happens. And Saturn is squaring this and saying, hey, I want you, whatever you're trying to change in this area of your life, whatever is coming up, whatever options are coming up for you that you want to plant some sort of intention in that area of your life, keep in mind the lessons that you've been learning about emotional maturity regarding your finances and your self-worth. So one way that I could see this just randomly popped up in my head is like, let's say you're single and you're wanting to date, and that's fifth house matters. And you're saying, I want to start a new intention in this area of my chart in which I am wanting to date a certain way. I want to date more. I want to start going on 2 dates a week because I've been lonely, and you know, all this fourth house stuff has had me in my shell, and I want to go out there and I want to date or spend, you know, 1 night a week going out and having fun, you know, something that's a little bit different. And in the past, you would just kind of jump into that. And this time Saturn's saying, okay, well, whatever you're doing for enjoyment, is that going to be a long-term thing? Can you commit to that? Can your finances support that? Do you need to focus more on your finances right now? If you're going on a date, is that something that, you know, are you going to be paying for those dates? Like, do you have the finances available for you to do that? If you want to start a new hobby, start a new passion project in your fifth house, that's a seed that you're planting. What is your financial situation looking like? And if you're dating, how about this? If you're starting a new seed, if you're planting a new seed about dating and romance, what about your self-worth? Make sure that you're going into that with this new mature idea of your own self-worth and your own self-value before you put yourself in a situation where maybe you're not valuing yourself enough, and yet you're starting to want to date more. It's like, well, no, we got to think about, because Saturn is getting serious about those second house matters, your income, your job, your self-esteem, your self-worth, your material resources. So, you know, that's really what Saturn squaring all these planets in Gemini is saying. And yes, of course, for all of us, this could have something to do with our relationships and how we relate to other people, because Venus is involved. Right? And it'll be exact a couple days after the new moon. So the Saturn square is a couple of degrees off during the new moon, but it's still within orb. It's just going to be exact building on the 8th. So I feel like for everybody, they're going to feel, and I didn't even say this for everyone, so maybe my Aquarius sun and rising really need to hear this, because I didn't really mention this, but for everybody, really, there is going to be some tension regarding our relationships and our commitments, and some limitations or obstructions or disappointments or delays in our relationships around the 6th to the 9th. Let's see, what else? Oh, yeah. So in the beginning of the video, I talked about the Sabian symbol for the 17 degrees of Gemini, which is about maturation and how we're going from a youthful self-involvement to the development of a social conscience. It represents self-integration, a broad vision, and wisdom. And the greatest advantage lies in looking into the future to what you can expect to experience if you continue in your present direction or course of action, and to guard against relying on others to take care of your needs or handling your responsibilities. Now, this is for 17 degrees Gemini. So this is regarding your fifth house matters. It's saying, like, you know, whatever you're doing creatively or romantically, in love, or how you enjoy yourself, how you have fun, is that going in a direction that feels good to you? Or is it not? Are you expecting your romantic partners or your children or your hobbies to satisfy some deep inner need or inner desire that you have, because it's the fifth house of desire? Are you expecting those to fill something deep within you that you need to fill, that you need to take responsibility for in order to actually move forward? So when you're setting your intention for this new moon in that fifth house, I want you to be really aware that the new intention that you're setting is not so much about what you can get from outside of yourself, but what you are taking radical responsibility for, so that this area of your life can change. And with Jupiter there, then you can continue to expand even beyond the 6-month cycle until the full moon culminates in Gemini later this year. Jupiter can continue expanding that until May of next year. So what do you want to focus on? What areas of your life in that 5th house matter do you want Jupiter to refine and expand upon, right? Because Gemini gives us multiple opportunities or multiple ideas, or just like so many options. And so during this new moon, you can choose 1, maybe 2 that you think would be important to your maturation progress. And this is all being informed, like I said, by Saturn in the 2nd house. And you may experience this as frustration, like you don't have the money to go on dates, or you don't have the money to start doing a creative passion or a hobby of yours. And you may be frustrated, and they may be fears that if you go on this new path where you're, having more fun, or you're bringing more creativity into your life, that you won't have enough money, because Saturn can bring fear. But like I said in the beginning of the video, if you haven't listened to it, I talk about how there's a more constructive way of looking at Saturn transits, that it's not to just bring you disappointment and you have to, grit and bear it, and, just have patience and wait till it's over. But how can you start asking, well, why is this happening? What meaning is this trying to bring into my life to expand my realm of consciousness, to integrate a new view into my psyche that maybe I hadn't seen before, that needs to be integrated in order for me to mature as a person, in order for me to be more emotionally mature, because Saturn is in Pisces, and Pisces is about emotional wisdom. And it's about looking at the whole of humanity rather than just the self, which is interesting because it really reiterates the 17 degrees of Gemini, which talks about going from youthful self-involvement to the development of a social conscious, and the ability to see the world through the eyes of others and to focus on the welfare of the whole. So we have to remember that we are a part of the collective consciousness, the collective unconscious as well. And the actions that we choose to implement in our lives directly impact the rest of the world. And you, as an Aquarius ruling the 11th house and being ruled by, Saturn, Uranus, you understand this. You understand that we each have a responsibility to not just ourselves, but to humanity as a whole. And Aquarius that loses touch with that is not a happy Aquarius. An Aquarius who is living his life for himself and his own sense of individuality, that's Leo. That's your opposite. And it doesn't mean that Aquarius couldn't not be individual if they tried. You guys are very quirky. There's a very apparent sense of individualism in who you are, but that's not what you're focused on. You're focused on, how can I use that in order to belong in something bigger than myself. That's just the energy of Aquarius is about humanity. It's about others. And this is what Pluto and Aquarius is trying to teach us as a collective. So you are really leading the collective in understanding how we can transform this type of Aquarius energy into a way that is more fruitful for the whole. But it starts with you. And so use this new moon as another step towards your evolution in the 5th house area of your life, so that it can be informed by the emotional maturity that you've learned from Saturn, rather than any sort of impulsivity or indecisiveness that Jupiter or that Gemini has maybe given you before in the 5th house area of your life. And we'll check back in on this in August and December to see what's going on and if there's been any progress in that part of your life when Saturn squares Jupiter in Gemini. So this is going to be very interesting. And I also want to get a tarot card advice for you guys for the new moon in Gemini, but also for the first half of June, because we're having some reiterating themes going on during that first half of June before things start moving into Cancer, into your 6th house, which I'll make a video about. So for Aquarius, Sun and Rising, what can we say? What advice? Wow, amazing. So interesting. The Wheel of Fortune, Major Arcana. I'm not super surprised because, like I said, you guys have this Pluto in the first house squaring off with Mars in the 4th, a couple days after this new moon. But when I get a Major Arcana card, it's always telling me that you guys are at a more critical juncture in your life right now. It's not just another week or another 2 weeks. It's more of an important, like there's more intensity around this time. And the Wheel of Fortune tells me 2 things. That when I see this card, it says that some event is going to be happening outside of you to instigate change. And so at this time, there needs to be a little bit of surrender, because this tells me that there's, like I said, there's something outside of you that is trying to bring something new in your life. Now, this is generally seen as a really nice card. I want to get a clarification on what area of life this could be, but it generally means like if you've been going through a tough time, better times are ahead. This is a card of cycles. That's, you know, when things are good, bad things can come. When things are bad, good things can come. And this helps us remain optimistic during times of difficulty and to remain humble when we are in times of having things go our way. So I just want to get some clarity on what this is regarding, what aspect of your life this is regarding. Oh my goodness. Another Major Arcana card, the Tower. This is crazy. Okay, so what happened recently, you guys? Like what, some sort of, because the Tower, it doesn't have to be something massive. Now, it is a Major Arcana card, so generally it tends to be something bigger, but it doesn't have to be like a relationship falling apart, a job falling apart. Now, it could be one of those, but it could also be because on May 31st, we had Mercury conjunct Uranus in your 4th house, and we've had a lot of energy conjuncting Uranus in your 4th house. And now Mars is entering that space on June 8th. So, and then it's going to conjunct Uranus in July. So maybe recently you guys had some sort of like breakthrough or some breakdown moment where something that was not working for you anymore, it came up to be let go. And maybe this happened in a more turbulent way. So maybe there was some sort of argument, there was some sort of breakup or some sort of breakdown in a relationship. And you don't have to break up when there's a breakdown in relationships. It just means that something was in the foundation of that issue or that relationship needs to be transformed. And so what this is telling me is that if you've recently had a Tower moment where something was destroyed, where you had to break something down that was no longer in alignment with you, that what's happening is something new is coming in. The cycles are changing, and something outside of you is going to give you an opportunity to start a whole new cycle in your life. So you know, this is crazy. I just feel like Aquarius, the energies I've been getting for you guys time after time has been quite intense. And there is changes that are wanting to happen in your life. And like I said, I do feel like there's more positivity coming your way. And this to me is showing that. But yeah, this is critical. So I want you guys to take this time seriously. Take this new moon and the intentions that you make seriously during this time. And I'm actually really interested and intrigued to know what could be your Tower moment. I would love to hear down below if you have this Tower moment and how you experience that and how you resonate with this reading, and knowing that something new is coming your way and some force outside of you is going to come in to change your circumstances. And as always, if you like this content, please like and subscribe, and I will see you guys next time, Aquarius. All right, so my Pisces Sun and Rising. Like I said in the beginning, you are one of the signs that is going to be feeling the activations and transits this month more acutely, because it's happening in your sign of Pisces that is going to be squaring all the Gemini planets, and first from Saturn, and then later in the month of Neptune. So this video, I'm going to focus more on the first half of June, which is definitely more Saturn related in your sign. And you know, all the Gemini stuff is happening in your fourth house. So there is a lot of activation in your first and fourth house, and they're kind of causing some friction together. Your rulers, Jupiter and Neptune, are also doing a lot this month because, like I said, Neptune later in the month. But your focus right now is really on your internal world. Now, a lot of times when we have first and fourth house activations, especially first house, because it is the house of like the personality, your outlook on life, and it can really, because they're angular houses, it can look towards your 7th and 10th. And what can happen is it can look like there's a lot of stuff going on outside, but the energy is not meant to be focused on what's happening outside, but rather how you're dealing with it internally. So regardless if you have a lot going on outside in your life, the energy right now during this month is really about your internal focus. And now I talk about Jupiter being in Gemini in your fourth house in a video that I just recently did. I'll link that down below if you haven't seen it, because that's a longer transit that's lasting a year. But for this month, it's going to be even more so. And when Gemini energy comes about, there's a lot of there's almost like, I don't want to say anxiety, but there's a lot of there could be a lot of restlessness in your inner world right now. Now the other side of that is that there's a lot of options and opportunities to work on those in a more constructive way, but you could just be feeling like there's this restlessness, and maybe a lot of you guys are changing where you live right now. Maybe you're thinking about how you want to live somewhere new, maybe move house or change your living situation in some way, because all this Gemini energy in your fourth house. But it also could be like in the last video, I think I talked about, I think it was the Jupiter and Gemini, how I thought that you guys talking about your emotions could be really helpful right now. And once again, this is just amplified right now because Gemini is a sign that likes to talk, and it's in all this energy is in your fourth house of emotions. So there could be a lot of internal self-talk right now. You could use that energy to talk to the different parts of yourself and the different, I think Pisces during this time are really going through, if you're not somebody who's psychologically and healing oriented, I think you're really going to be looking towards that because you need some emotional healing right now. There's a lot of emotional changes that are happening. And so when I just mentioned like parts work, and it's like, maybe you're not familiar with that, but you know, that's something that you maybe could look into. And I think in the Jupiter and Gemini video, I talked about, you know, other, you know, somatic illnesses as well that can come from your emotions being suppressed, because Saturn's in your first house and can bring limitations in your body, maybe due to fourth house stuff, which is your emotions. So, you know, looking into parts work and seeing, you know, that could increase the conversation that you're having with your inner child and the different parts of yourself during this time, if you choose to do that. And I just went off on a tangent, so I'm not sure. I wanted to talk about some other stuff that's happening, but I guess, you know, the only thing I really want to say is that on June 4th, Mercury conjuncts Jupiter in your fourth house, and there's a Venus cazimi, so Sun conjunct Venus in Gemini in your fourth. That seems like a really beautiful day to bring some harmony into your internal world or your external home, to talk about, bring some optimism and joy about your living situation or your emotional situation regarding any sort of issues that you've been having recently. So June 4th, keep that in mind. June 6th is when we have the new moon in Gemini with Venus, and it's squaring Saturn in your first house. And then from the 8th to the 12th, we've got Saturn in Pisces squaring Mercury, Sun, and Venus. Yeah, and then I also want to talk about Mars in Taurus in your third house, because Mars is moving into your third house on June 8th, and there could be more aggression in your thoughts and feelings. And Mars is the warrior with a cause. So you could also just be speaking out about something, a cause that means something to you, or it could come out in as aggressive speech. So just be careful of that, because especially as soon as it moves into Taurus, it's working towards a square to Pluto, which is exact on June 11th. And this is in your 12th house. So you could have some explosive communications coming from something deep in your psyche and subconscious. Be really careful about your speech around this time, because you may say something that is really just not even conscious to you. Like it may be some sort of a deeply embedded subconscious belief or thought that, you know, somebody stirs something up in you and you unconsciously speak it to them, and it causes some disharmony and discord within your immediate environment that isn't necessary. You know, a lot of times with Mars and Pluto squares, we find that things get way more intense than they need to, and because for you it's happening in your third house of communicating with the people in your immediate surroundings, that can cause some issues in regards to that. Bodhi, stop it. This could also, if you choose to, be a great time to work on your subconscious beliefs and the way that you speak to yourself. You could do some exercises. I think I mentioned to Cancers, but you guys could take advantage of this as well. Like reframing a lot of subconscious mindsets that you have, especially, Pluto's in your 12th house for 20 years, but while this Mars is activating it on June 11th, especially making a list of your subconscious beliefs and then making, you know, writing the negative ones that you don't really align with anymore or that you don't really want in your life, and then making another row and reframing them in a way that is helpful to you. And maybe this will allow you to really deal with that subconscious stuff in a way that's not through getting into fights or arguments with the people around you, your siblings, your neighbors, your cousins, the people you live with, people in your immediate surroundings. Yeah. So let's talk more about the new moon in Gemini conjunct Venus in your 4th house. Now, I talked so much about emotional wisdom coming from Saturn in Pisces, and that is really what you guys are being. That is what Saturn is trying to show you. Now, if you are somebody who does not deal with Saturn well, listen to the first part of my video where I talk about another way to view Saturn transits, another way to look at why Saturn often brings delays, frustrations, disappointment, fear, and pain into our lives. Because, you know, you are representing Saturn in a way. So there is definitely some sort of, I can see for a lot of Pisces, some sort of issues with authority, whether you're the issue or somebody else is opposing you, because the 1st and 7th house always look at each other. So if you're not owning your own authority, then it could be that people are coming up as restrictions and limitations and causing difficulty and delay in your life because you are not stepping into your power in the way that Saturn wants you to, with emotional wisdom and maturity. And what's interesting is that the new moon is happening at 16 degrees Gemini, but the Sabian symbol for that is the theme of it is maturation. And it says this symbol speaks to the process of maturation or growth from youthful self-involvement to the development of a social conscious. This degree also implies that physical and mental well-being are the result of a well-rounded and very practical grounding in the everyday world of fact. This symbol represents self-integration, broad vision, and wisdom, or it could be a simple refusal to grow up. Your greatest advantage lies in looking to the future and to what you can expect to experience if you continue in your present direction or course of action. Guard against relying on others to take care of your needs or handle your responsibilities. And it's time to put your selfish concerns aside and focus on the welfare of the whole in order to expand your consciousness and to focus on maturity. Now, I've been saying this for every sign, but for you guys, because you know, this is just Gemini at 17 degrees where the new moon's at. But I think it so encompasses what that square from Pisces is asking of us with this Gemini energy. Is like there's almost like you know, Pisces represents this, like, it's a last water sign where the emotions can come to become helpful to the collective. It's not Cancer, where it's about pure raw emotion of the self. It's not Scorpio, where it's about how we can use it in relating to others. It's about the 12th house of unity, where everything goes to dissolve into the collective unconscious, into spirit again. And so when we talk about Pisces in that way, it's interesting because Pisces, especially Pisces rising, naturally have Gemini in their 4th house. So Gemini is very youthful. And so there can be almost like they can be kind of naive in their home life. And there's a sense of like childfulness, and which I love, you know, it's like having that childlike nature in the home, but it can often be not mature, which is what Pisces is really here to represent. And so when Saturn's here, it's really putting some growing pains into your life if you are not taking the position of an emotionally mature human, and you're letting Gemini run amok in your 4th house and just create kind of like chaos for the fun of it almost, you know, like as a Gemini, I kind of get you on that. But it's like in your emotional life and in your home life, or even in your relationship with your mother, like it just seems like there's this naive energy that can sometimes, chaotic energy that can kind of happen for you guys. And Saturn is really asking you to look at that. And when this new moon happens, it's like you get to choose how you want to move forward. Because like I said here, your greatest advantage lies in looking to the future and to what you can expect to experience if you continue in your present direction or course of action. So if you're happy with the way, you know, this childlike way of dealing with your emotions, or more like, it just, the word naive keeps coming to mind, like this youthfulness, this youthful self-involvement. And I'm not saying that, you know, it depends on what else you have in your 4th house, but with Pisces rising, Gemini naturally rules the 4th house. So it kind of brings that energy into the 4th house things, even if you don't have any planets in that house itself. And you don't want to rely on other people to take care of your needs and to handle your responsibilities. There's a quality about Pisces that even though you guys are so wise and you guys are the last sign of the zodiac, that a lot of people like to take care of Pisces. There's something about taking care of a Pisces that people generally feel like they just want to help them. They kind of attract that. And in a lot of ways, you're really lucky to have that, because not every sign has that. But right now, Saturn is asking, like, yes, of course, accept help if you're given help. You don't need to say no, but don't rely on it. You know, rely on yourself, your own sense of authority and maturity, and your own sense of emotional wisdom during this time to get you through. So when you're planting a new seed, setting an intention for this new moon in your 4th house with Venus, which adds, you know, obviously some harmony and some beauty into your intention. Remember that what Saturn is saying is whatever this new intention is, whatever seed you're planting, make sure it's the new version of you that's making that, or the version that's building maturity that is making that. And look to the future and say, if I was the epitome of what I feel to be a mature human who handles situations in a very, like almost like from a place of authority, then how would I want to make this new intention? Look to the future and use that as an impetus to push yourself towards that direction, if that makes sense. And I think that this is actually really amazing for you guys to bring some more structure and seriousness into that 4th house energy that you have. That's what Saturn is trying to do by squaring that. It's causing some growth, and growth can be painful. Like I said, sometimes it doesn't have to be, but it definitely can be at times. Because like I said in the beginning of the video, when I read about Saturn, it's like a lot of times people don't move into action until their present circumstance is so painful that they have to figure out what's going on and try to change something, right? So let's get a tarot card for Pisces, Sun and Rising for this new moon in Gemini, an advice card. And also really just the first 2 weeks of June here that we're dealing with some Pisces, Saturn squaring the Gemini stuff. What is a good advice for you guys? Two of Wands. I love that. That's actually really great. I want to get another one. How interesting. 2 and 3 of Wands. So this is great because it's showing that number one, there is a vision that you guys have right now. And I want you to keep that vision in mind, because what's happened is you've already had an idea of something. And this 2 of Wands is about planning the vision. It's about looking ahead and planning the vision. This can also signify travel. So you could be doing some travel during this time. But really the deeper meaning of this card is that you have had an idea and now you're walking through the steps of making that idea come to light. And the 3 of Wands is the next step, which is implementing what you planned. And this feels very Saturnian to me, because Saturn is saying, instead of just rushing into something or letting your emotions just pour over like a child, I'm not saying that in a demeaning way. It's just like Gemini. I'm a Gemini, you know, Gemini energy can sometimes just be like, you know, like I said, very childlike. So instead of allowing that to happen in whatever you're building here, and I want to get a clarifying card, in whatever you're building here, you're planning and then executing. And the 3 of Wands, anytime we have the 3, it could be cooperation from others, asking for help, getting other people on your side. But this is like implementation of some sort of project. So it's planning and implementing something new. And in both of these, we have the person looking out into the world, because we're looking at a broader vision, which is exactly what this new moon wants from you, is to see the broader vision and then work towards that, and to use your energy in a way that would help not just this youthful self-involved part of yourself, like it mentions, but the whole of yourself, the whole of your psyche, and the whole of the collective, because the psyche is just, you know, one part of the collective. Your psyche is one part of the collective. Now I want to get some, so I definitely see some travel indicated, honestly, and this feels like some sort of passion project or something that you're passionate about. I think I mentioned earlier, like with Mars going into your 3rd house, you may be talking about, you know, Mars is a warrior with a cause. So you could be speaking about something that is important to you, or working on some project that's really important to you in some way, or just increasing travel in your life during this time. But you're looking beyond where you are currently now to see where things could be. And that's beautiful. That's amazing. Now I want to get a clarifying card just to see what this could be about, get a little bit more information. Let's clarify the 2 and 3. The Hanged Man. Like, this is something important that's happening in your life right now that is causing you to have to, number one, shift perspectives, because he's hanging upside down. But also the Hanged Man represents being still. And so this is actually really amazing, because it's like, I was talking about the chaos that can happen in the 4th house of our emotions and our home life with our mother when you have Pisces as your rising sign, and how Saturn is asking for some maturation. And so one of the ways that we can bring that maturation into our lives is by allowing pauses into our lives, allowing stillness into our lives when we feel like something is, when we're feeling emotionally triggered, let's say. There is a sense of surrender with this card. It feels like if you don't take, well, it could work both ways, because Saturn, see, this is the thing, is Saturn allows you the opportunity to do something yourself. And if you don't, then it works by bringing something outside of you, right? So if you don't choose to pause and surrender to whatever's happening right now, there may be more forces outside of you that kind of cause that pause. So it's almost like this is, to me, like, you know, the new moon is about setting intentions, but set the intentions, but also remember that there's a sense of surrender that needs to happen, and for you to let go of the expectations and to just allow what is happening to happen, because like I said, this is a major arcana card, so it's happening for a reason for sure. And you can, during this time, ask yourself, why could this possibly be happening? What meaning could this have? What meaning could it have to the totality of my life and where I'm headed? And, when we start asking those deeper questions, Saturn is happy. That is what Saturn is trying to get you to do. And so, when you pause, you get, number one, time to reflect, and instead of react, you get time to reflect, so you don't react and instead you act intentionally. And during that time of pause, you may also just feel like you have an opportunity to get a new perspective that will help you move forward in this new sense of evolution in your life. Maybe what's happening is that you don't have the perspective that is necessary for you to grow and to step into this almost up level your life. And so that is what the journey that you're embarking on is much more internal than it is external. That's what I'm getting from this now. It's less about exploring the world, and sure, you could travel, but it's more about exploring your inner world. And in order to do that, there may be some pause and surrender that needs to happen. All right, Pisces, so let me know how that resonates with you guys. And if you like this video, like and subscribe for more content like this, and I'll see you guys next time.